All right, all right, all right. Nana Bianca, put your hands in the air. Come on, come on, come on. Kinda. You- Thank you. You are still sleeping, like I do. So, I hope you enjoyed yesterday. I hope you enjoyed the aperitivo. Maybe too much, because we saw a lot of you with a lot of drinks, a lot of food, and then the food disappeared, so the organizer were left without anything. So thank you for that. Really, from the bottom of my heart and the stomach. But anyway, I hope you enjoy it. It was a pleasure to gather so many people from all different parts of Italy, Europe, and also America, India, I would say the world. And that's super. So today, as usual, we need to thank the sponsor, which they will be waiting for you in the sponsor room, which will be on the side of the beta track, because you know we have still today 2 tracks. This is the alpha track, and then there is the beta track. All of these tracks, if we can see the agenda for today, have tons of knowledge and a lot of people that will speak about almost everything, with the main topic of the open source. So, I would say to Claudio if you can show the agenda so we can have a brief of what we are going to do. In this alpha, we are going to have also an open debate, as yesterday, at 1:30 p.m. until 2 p.m. And then a little surprise from 2 p.m. for 45 minutes about Schrödinger history. Are you curious about Schrödinger history? Raise your hands. A lot. So why you are not interested? Like, if you don't raise your hand. I'm curious. Sorry? Amazing. Ah, lazy. Poor people. All right. So, without further ado, I would like to announce a few things. Because, you know, it's hard to organize a conference. It's hard to gather so many people. Yesterday, I believe we reached like 200 people in the conference. So a round of applause for you, I would say. And today, who knows, maybe more, I don't know. And why I'm saying that? Because we received some cancellation by some speaker caused by strikes in Germany, in Italy, everywhere, except from France. That's weird, because in France, I'm living in Paris, France is always with the grève, the strikes. But this time I was able to fly in a very smooth flight. Why I'm saying this? Because yesterday in the evening, one guy named Mike, which is here in the front, fourth place, was writing an email saying to us, to the organizer, "Hi, conference was amazing. I will be there also for the second day, but my train got cancelled, and I'm leaving Trieste. Is it that right? So how the hell I'm going back?" And here is the announcement. Is there anybody that are going by car, by Pullman, by bicycle, I don't know, tandem, back to the north of Italy? Raise a hand if you want to give a hand to this guy. He's a very nice guy. No one. We are trying to make a startup here. We are going to do a competitor of BlaBlaCar, please. Open source. No one. No one. Everyone, 100% Everyone is public transportation here. How many of you are by train, by bus? And the other are lazy, I believe. From the south. So you're going by walk. No train in the south, there are no trains. It can be, it can be. All right. So, Mike, if you want to stand up to recognize yourself to the public, so everyone knows you that you need some help. So I would say give him a round of applause just to be here. I mean, you are brave. You are a brave person because, I don't know, with the tension, the stress that I need to go back home, I need to go back home. But if you need some help and at lunch you are not finding anyone, please come to us. We are trying to make a communication or trying to arrange a kind of a solution.
I promise it's not a strategy to sell something.
He's not trying to sell something to you. He's a good guy. And so if someone is willing to help, we are here. As a community, we are allowed to help each other as in the open source world by contribution, fork, and so on. It will cost anything. And then you can split the fuel. You can split the cost of the travel. The pédage and so on, the tolls, sorry for the French. Anyway, do you want to start the conference? I don't hear you. Do you want to start the conference?
Yes!
You can do better. Do you want to start the conference?
Yes!
All right. As you know, today I cannot be here alone. Yesterday we did an experiment with the MC made by the speaker, and today as well we are going to have a Coco, as Sanremo would say. And please welcome Noah.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me fine? Okay, so I'm gonna be your master of ceremony for this
Please don't fall.
morning. And I'm really happy to be here. It's a great city, though people are telling me you do not love your public transport as much as I do, okay? Oh my God, you know those like confusion machines where you point it at someone and repeat their voice with a tiny delay? Yes, that's what's happening right now. Okay, so I'm really happy to be introducing the master of ice and glaciers, the guy for your databases from Grafana, Nathan Mars.
All right, Nathan. Let's wait that everything is working. No pressure. All right.
All right,
Stage is yours.
can you all hear me? All right, for reference, that glacier reference is just because I told him I like glaciers, so now I'm the master of ice, I guess. So hello, everyone. Today we're going to be talking about open source and monetization and whether or not it's possible to monetize an open source project without losing what makes it open source in the first place. First off, I need to acknowledge that this talk is titled How You Can Do This, but let's place a qualifier here as the world of open source is very diverse. Here, let's fix the title. Okay, so how to potentially monetize your open source project while keeping its soul intact. That feels a little better. First off, before we jump into the talk, I'd like to get to know you all a little better. How many people here have an open source project that they'd like to monetize? Okay, I'm seeing a few hands, that's good, you're in the right place. How many people here rely on open source projects and have a vested interest in keeping them alive? Should be like everyone here, hopefully, okay. And how many people here are just curious about the open source world and potential monetization routes? Hopefully most people here, yeah. Cool. So now that we have a better understanding of where we're at, we can dive into the material. So my name is Nathan Mars. I'm the tech lead of data visualization at Grafana Labs, and I'm based out of Monterey, California. In my role, I get to contribute to open source every day, working on both maintaining and extending Grafana's data visualization capabilities. Just a heads up, this is actually my first in-person conference talk, so please excuse any nervousness or jitters. I want to deliver as much value to you all as possible, and I'll do my best to do so. So I first fell in love with open source as I was learning how to code. It was amazing how much leverage you could get in a starter project by just importing a few NPM packages. In the world of open source, we really are standing on the shoulders of giants. In fact, Grafana was actually one of those open source projects that caught my eye while working in my first role in an online textbook startup. We were able to leverage and run Grafana open source to monitor our services. Using Grafana, I was able to visualize and document one of my first real wins as a software engineer, optimizing a resource-intensive analytics feature and reducing our cloud compute costs drastically. I still remember obsessing over the dashboard I created with the time series graph showcasing the dramatic reduction in CPU and RAM usage in our servers after my code hit production. I'll also say that I have a deep appreciation for open source, rooted in the foundations of my career. During my day job, I get to write code that is public and open source, and I love every second of it. So for this open source ecosystem to survive, though, these projects need to be maintained, which is not free. Open source does not, at first glance, appear to go hand in hand with monetization, but this is based on a common misconception. Because open source software is commonly referred to as free software, many wrongly assume that this means it is free of cost. In fact, within the context of open source, free refers to the freedom of open source, as users are free to inspect, derive work, redistribute, and run any open source. For an open source project to survive long term, the project maintainers need some way of being rewarded. If this is not the case, the project can die. In last year's Open Source Day, Lee Rantal's talk on the unexpected demise of open source libraries has a great shout out to what happens when we take open source for granted. Spoiler alert, they can die and they do die. So open source monetization has entered the chat. So you might be thinking, let's just charge our open source users. Hold on now, we can't start charging for something that was free before and still be truly open source. Let's start off by taking a look at 3 challenges and 3 misconceptions around monetizing open source. So let's start with the elephant in the room here. Monetizing open source software faces the awkward challenge of convincing users to pay for a product that's been freely available. Open source projects thrive on accessibility, and transitioning to a premium model risks alienating the user base built on generosity. Users may question why they should pay for something that they've obtained for free, creating a delicate balance between demonstrating added value, differentiation, and framing the conversation around sustainability and investment. This requires finesse to avoid undermining the community ethos that propelled the project's success, highlighting the necessity of transparency, communication, and a genuine commitment to user welfare in navigating this delicate balance. Next, the challenge of over-commercialization in open source software. The way to avoid this challenge lies in preserving the community-driven essence that makes these projects thrive. Over-commercialization risks tarnishing the project's reputation as users cherish the collaborative spirit and inclusivity fostered by the community. Striking the right balance is crucial to prevent alienating contributors and users alike, emphasizing the importance of maintaining transparency, fostering open communication, and ensuring that commercial endeavors complement rather than overshadow the project's core values. And lastly, open source projects need to balance both community and commercial interests. This is a pivotal challenge, so we'll take some time to talk through it. Picture this, an open source project thriving on collaborative efforts of passionate volunteers, each driven by the common goal of creating something impactful and accessible. This community-driven ethos is the beating heart of many open source endeavors, fostering innovation and inclusivity. When the time comes to introduce monetization strategies, a proverbial tightrope walk ensues. On one hand, there's the commercial imperative. the need to sustain and grow the project financially. On the other, there's the imperative to honor the spirit of openness, collaboration, and community that defines open source. Imagine a scenario, this is a bit of foreshadowing, recognizing the value of an open source project, a company seeks to monetize an open source project. They might consider avenues like offering premium features, support services, or enterprise versions. Yet, as they delve into monetization strategies, they must tread cautiously. They must avoid any actions that might fracture the community or create a sense of exclusion among the very individuals who contributed their time and expertise selflessly. So why is this balance so critical? Because the essence of open source lies not just in the code itself, but in the vibrant ecosystem it cultivates. It's about fostering a sense of belonging, collaboration, and shared ownership. Alienating the community risks eroding the very foundation upon which the project stands. We'll discuss a few real-world examples of where this balance went wrong near the end of the talk. Now, let's move on to 3 common misconceptions around monetizing open source. The first common misconception is the belief that no changes are necessary to an open source project to generate revenue. In reality, many open source projects are initially developed with a focus on community and collaboration, and successful monetization often entails adjustments to the project's governance, licensing, or development process. Neglecting to adapt to the demands of monetization can hinder the sustainability and growth potential. The second misconception is the belief that relying solely on donations or sponsorships is sufficient for sustainability. While these forms of support can indeed provide valuable resources, they are often inconsistent, unreliable, and may not scale adequately to meet the project's long-term financial needs. Successful monetization strategies typically involve diversifying revenue streams, which may include offerings such as premium services, licensing, or support models to ensure sustainability and stability over time. And here we are, the final misconception is the idea that a company can prioritize its commercial interests over the interests of the open source community without any consequence. In reality, successful monetization strategies are built on the foundation of mutual benefit, where the interests of the community and company align. Prioritizing the community ensures continued engagement, support, and contributions, which in turn foster innovation and sustainability. Neglecting the needs of the community in favor of short-term commercial gains can lead to alienation, loss of trust, and ultimately undermine the very ecosystem that sustains the project's success. Therefore, monetization strategies should carefully be crafted to prioritize the collective welfare of both the open source community and the company behind the project, fostering a symbiotic relationship that drives mutual growth and prosperity. So all this information now that we've covered, we can now kind of dive into Grafana's story of monetization. Before we dive in, does anyone here know what Grafana is already? All right, seeing a good amount of hands, great. So we'll kind of cover this information quickly. In case you don't know, Grafana is a leading open source platform for monitoring and observability. It was first developed in 2013 by Torkel Ortegard and is now maintained by Grafana Labs. Grafana's mission is to make it easy for everyone to understand and monitor their data. So Grafana's core strategy is about having a big tent philosophy, supporting as many data sources as possible and eliminating vendor lock-in. This big tent empowers our users to query, visualize, alert on, and understand their data no matter where it's stored. With Grafana, you can create, explore, and share all of your data through beautiful, flexible dashboards. So Grafana is used by organizations of all sizes to track their performance, identify problems, and make informed decisions. It's a powerful tool that can help organizations improve their efficiency and productivity. So this is interesting here. So in addition to its commercial use, Grafana is also popular with hobbyists and enthusiasts. Many people use Grafana for a wide variety of use cases, from monitoring their home solar power, tracking metrics from their IoT smart devices, or even creating a daily commute assistant dashboard, in this case here. In this example, the dashboard is drawing from APIs and GTFS real-time feeds to pull in data from weather.gov, the Metropolitan Atlanta Transit Authority, and drive time and traffic information from Google Maps and Bing Maps. So if you're ever wondering if Bing has a map service and if someone uses it, you found your answer. Okay, so Grafana's flexibility and ease of use make it a great choice for hobbyists who want to have deeper insight into their data without any real limitations. We've seen Grafana used in the wild from a myriad of use cases, from monitoring popcorn levels in theme parks to helping Japan land on the moon, which is pretty exciting to see. All right, so now that was a quick little shout out about what Grafana actually is. Now that we've kind of delved into that, we can explore Grafana's story at a high level and how Grafana approached monetization. You may have noticed this small dinosaur on the screen. This is Grot, short for Grafana Robot. He's the mascot of Grafana Labs, and he cleans up our GitHub repo. So Grot will help guide us through this story today. So Grafana was born out of Torkel Odegaard's frustration with Graphite's lackluster data visualization tooling. As a result of his frustration, he forked Kibana, an existing open source data visualization software, and built out support for metrics, also known as monitoring, which Kibana at the time did not provide much of any support for. His goal was to make time series data accessible for a wider audience, to make it easier to build dashboards, and to make graphs and dashboards more interactive. He released his creation into the world, and it gained popularity quickly. At this point, Grafana was a one-person show, with Torkel working on improving it as a side project. At this time, his plan was to eventually make a premium version of the software as a route of monetization. These plans would soon change, however, with a chance encounter. The initial year of release was pivotal. Grafana was quickly adopted and spread. For how to build an open source project that achieves wide adoption, you should watch Andrei Sitnik's talk later on today, How to Make Your Open Source Project Popular. It's at the end of today in the schedule. I don't have the answers for you there. Grafana's widespread adoption garnered interest from Raj Dutt and Anthony Woods, who were looking to form a new company in the observability space. They all met together and agreed to form a company around monetizing and commercializing Grafana open source. The three co-founders formed RainTank, now known as Grafana Labs, a company built around Grafana open source, with the initial idea of monetization coming from Open SaaS, which is managing and hosting the software for users. As it turns out, this is not so easy in practice to implement, and it was maybe too early in the project's life to be successful. The initial strategy was simple. If you build it, they will come. 100% of the code written in Grafana was open source. The pure focus was on building out the open source project and waiting for monetization to appear as a result of this, which didn't really work. This is an example of the misconception that the management of a project does not need to adapt in the pursuit of monetization. In these early days, the community expressed its interest and support for Grafana and wanting to see it succeed, and even expressed a willingness to pay, but the company needed to figure out its approach to commercialization. One of the first successful avenues was offering premium support. This is one of the most common and simplest monetization models for open source companies. When a company adopts an open source solution, they typically require help integrating it, maintaining it, and debugging it. Relying purely on community support won't be enough, as there's no guarantee that a response will be given promptly, if ever. Although anyone could self-support for a given open source solution, the company behind the solution will often be the preferred choice, as they are more likely to know the internals and be able to ship custom patches swiftly. The disadvantage of relying on support alone is the stress it places on human resources, making it hard to scale. It is, however, essential and thus must be offered eventually. As Grafana's adoption continued to grow and revenue stayed relatively flat, the team at Grafana Labs realized they needed to pivot their approach to monetization. Let's move forward in time. This is around the 2016 to 2018 timeframe, when I actually first discovered Grafana and used it for the first time. Shifting from the paid support model, Grafana Labs set out to try two more avenues of monetization. So these are the open core model, enterprise, and hosting open source. So first, Grafana Labs launched Grafana Enterprise in 2016, a paid version with additional premium features and support. This approach is considered the open core model, which was discussed on yesterday. So we're just going to review it again. What is the open core model? Open source projects can be highly complex and elaborate. Some projects maintain a core of open source, which requires active maintenance work and significant amounts of financial expenditure on upfront payment and investment for additional features. As a result, some companies may develop these features outside of the open source project and under their own proprietary software. Open core models grant paid access to these new features and enable the maintenance of open source project without the high cost to the company. So open core, if we're going to kind of reference to something, is kind of similar to the freemium model in the gaming industry, where a game is free to download, but has in-game purchases and to upgrade particular elements or allow access to unique game modes. So Grafana built out some proprietary features into Grafana, primarily in the form of premium data sources that were only usable with an enterprise license or build. So sometimes keeping some features closed source is acceptable, in particular when it doesn't prevent the community from using the core solution. Features like automated backups, integration, hardware acceleration, and other options are all more convenient if available, but they aren't deal breakers. And they can be kept closed source and sold as enterprise features. In Grafana's case, the open source community could still write and create their own data source plugins via Grafana's plugin ecosystem. But those plugins are not officially supported by Grafana Labs, so large companies would prefer to use one that are officially supported by Grafana Labs. So choosing what to open source and what to sell as premium features can be very tricky, and many companies have burnt themselves following the open core business model. It doesn't create a lot of defensibility, as large companies can easily replicate these premium features and sell them as their own. While in the case of Grafana, though, it's worked pretty well so far, so your results may vary. Now let's transition to talking about hosting. So Grafana Labs launched Grafana Cloud in 2017, providing a service where Grafana Labs manages and runs Grafana for you. Let's discuss why hosting makes sense as a monetization strategy. As technology continues to evolve, open source is becoming increasingly complex and harder to operate. Consequently, many find that they need a highly specialized team to understand and fine-tune their internals and utilize open source. One option is to hire this team yourself. However, this can be costly and take a long time to source suitable candidates. As a result, some find a preferential option is to employ companies who can offer this service to them. Some companies may develop these features outside of the open source project and under their own proprietary software. Open core models grant paid access to these new features and enable the maintenance of the company open source project with a high cost to the company. Using an external company to maintain or fully manage open source projects ensures the code functions at a high level behind the scenes, so it never impedes an organization's work, and ensures companies have access to sufficient open source expertise to maximize the use of technology. Take MongoDB as an example. You can either use MongoDB directly and host it yourself, having to patch it, etc., or you can host your data on Mongo's SaaS platform, letting them do all the work and paying for only what you use. The advantage here, of course, is simplicity for both the provider and the customer, but the disadvantage is the need for the consumer to trust in the host. As an open source company, it also means SLA guarantees are a necessity, which involves heavier internal processes to guarantee uptime. In summary, hosting your open source solution for other companies is a great way to approach monetization, as it makes it easier to integrate, maintain, and debug. So with Grafana Cloud and Grafana Enterprise in place, Grafana Labs starting to become more successful with monetization. From 2018 to 2020, Grafana experienced increased adoption and started to experience some more major sales wins with the establishment of a more formalized sales organization. This led to the expansion of Grafana Labs' team and the first raise of capital in the form of both a seed round and a Series A round. Grafana Labs being based on open source was a huge competitive advantage. Open source naturally lends itself to the sales process, as organic brand awareness is cultivated through word of mouth amongst developers, the most influential group regarding technology adoption and spend. With open source, a low-touch sales model is naturally created, as potential customers can create their own proof of concepts ahead of purchasing the solution. POCs are like a startup's death kiss and should be avoided at all costs, as they require enormous upfront time and effort and rarely convert into recurring revenue. With open source software, your potential customers do this tedious validation work for you. And now we enter Grafana's lab hypergrowth phase. This is from 2020 and on, and this is the time period when I actually joined the team. The main focus of the current monetization strategy is growing the adoption of our Grafana Cloud offering. At the same time, though, the company still invests a huge amount, around 80% of engineering, into improving Grafana's open source and the surrounding open source ecosystem, with hundreds of engineers like myself contributing to open source daily. This can be seen in how we plan our roadmap, as the community takes a front row seat in what we decide to build. This balance between commercial prospects and community is very challenging. It could be its own talk entirely. This is something we're still figuring out today. That being said, a large amount of the features that we build for a given customer are also then released to the broader open source community to benefit from, which is a win-win symbiotic relationship. At this stage, Grafana Labs has matured its sales organization and launched new open source projects such as Loki for logs, Mimir for metrics, and Tempo for traces. The storage and management of this data in our cloud solution is where we've experienced a lot of revenue growth over the past few years. To fuel this growth, Grafana Labs raised its Series B, C, and D during this time period. So kind of hitting the hockey stick growth here. We've also doubled down on our hosting strategy. Part of the strategy has been incentivizing new users to find Grafana and start using Grafana through the cloud offering by introducing a generous free tier plan. This new phase of growth has come with its own challenges and the need to adapt the open source project. For example, in 2021, Grafana open source changed its license from Apache to AGPL. At a high level, this was done to ensure the mutually beneficial partnership between Grafana Labs and managed Grafana services from external cloud providers like AWS, GCP, and Azure. This change did not prevent our users from modifying or providing open source software to others, provided, however, that under an AGPL license, users have to share source code if they are modifying it and making it available to others, either as a distribution or over a network. For distributors, AGPL has the same source code sharing requirements as GPL. Those conditions are designed to encourage third parties looking to modify the software and to also contribute back to the project and the community. So, we just went over Grafana's story. What can we glean from it? Well, we tried 3 different monetization strategies: premium support, proprietary features, and hosting. In the early days, premium support did not lend to too great a success. It wasn't until enterprise and cloud offerings came online that Grafana began to make traction and close some larger deals. Interestingly, nowadays, premium support has kind of crept back into the revenue stream as part of these larger commercial deals, but is still by no means the main driver of revenue. So once commercialization has been proven with the enterprise and cloud approach, Grafana doubled down, raising venture capital and building up engineering and sales organizations to scale the business. So, premium support, hosting, and proprietary features. We're done here. There's actually one other avenue of monetization worth mentioning that might be more accessible. This is in the form of creating courses. If your open source project is popular, you can sell training courses on it. This is a great way for developers to learn how to use the software and earn money at the same time. Many developers have done this on Udemy and other platforms. So, out of all these, which monetization strategy aligns best with the spirit of open source? So here's kind of a ranked list here. We can see here, open core. There's a lot of opportunity for money, but maybe not as much alignment with open source spirit. Several companies have adopted the open core business model. It's worth noting, however, that many believe this form of open source somewhat defeats the purpose of open source software because it utilizes open source but does not always contribute innovation back into the open source project. Despite the open core model's ability to keep a user's freedoms intact, it can stifle the collaborative nature of open source, as a larger percentage of the innovation often happens behind closed doors. Due to this, many prefer the first three monetization models as they align more closely with the spirit of open source. In Grafana's case, given 80% of engineering is still contributing back into open source, we've not experienced the same downsides in the open core model that I just described. So all this to say, open core is still viable with the right balance. Okay, so we're on the final stretch here. Let's go over 5 things to keep in mind while on your quest to monetize your open source project. Number 1 is being transparent with the community about the project's monetization and the reasons behind them. Being transparent with the community about the project's monetization plans and the reasons behind them. Engage in an open dialogue and seek feedback to ensure that the community feels included in the decision-making process. Number 2 is offer paid features or services that genuinely add value to the open source project. These offerings should enhance the user experience, provide additional functionality, or address specific needs that the open source version does not. Number 3 is avoid over-commercialization. Over-commercializing the project or introducing intrusive advertising that could disrupt the user experience. Respect the community's contributions and values and ensure that the project remains accessible and welcoming to all. Now 4, allocate a portion of the revenue generated from the commercial activities back into the open source project. This demonstrates a commitment to the project's long-term health and ensures the community continues to benefit from its development. And 5, encourage collaboration between the commercial and open source communities. Provide opportunities for community members to contribute to the development of paid features or services, and consider offering incentives for their contributions. So, how am I doing on time? Okay, so we're gonna actually just go over one real-world example of when monetization became controversial. So we're gonna skip MongoDB and go to Docker. So this is an example of where balancing community and commercial interests in open source software kind of went wrong. So Docker is a popular containerization platform, initially gained widespread adoption during its open source Okay, let me start over. Docker is a popular containerization platform and initially gained widespread adoption due to its open source nature, which allowed developers to easily create, deploy, and manage applications using containers. The project thrived on community contributions and collaboration, with Docker providing additional enterprise-focused services and products to monetize their efforts. However, tensions arose in Docker when it introduced changes to its business model. In 2017, they announced Docker Enterprise Edition, a commercial offering that included features not available in the open source Docker Community Edition. While this move was aimed at monetizing the platform, it also led to concerns within the community about the direction of the project and potential fragmentation. Furthermore, in 2020, Docker made a controversial decision to limit the use of Docker Community Edition for larger organizations, requiring them to purchase Docker Enterprise Edition subscriptions for certain use cases. This move faced significant backlash from the community, with many developers feeling alienated and disillusioned by what they perceived as a departure from Docker's open source roots. The fallout of these decisions resulted in forks in the Docker codebase. These forks included the creation of projects like Moby and Containered, which aimed to maintain the original spirit of openness and collaboration without the constraints imposed by Docker's commercial interests. So this case serves as a cautionary tale, highlighting the importance of carefully balancing the interests of the community and commercial stakeholders in open source projects. While monetization is a necessity for sustainability, it must be done in a way that preserves the trust and goodwill of the community upon which the project depends. When this balance is disrupted, it can lead to fractures, forks, and ultimately a loss of the very essence that makes the project successful in the first place. So in conclusion, open source monetization is possible, and there's no need for despair, as long as you take a thoughtful and careful approach, having clear and transparent communication with your open source community, focus on value creation, and above all, respect your community. There is a path forward for open source project sustainability without destroying the open source spirit. I hope that you all feel confident and believe that there's a path forward with this. with monetizing open source and not compromising the spirit of open source. A balance can be struck when monetizing open source. In order to maintain its integrity, a project must be open to all users so they can freely invest their time and resources. Yet, companies offering services that make accessing and contributing to these projects simple, or services that improve the quality of the projects, uphold the true identity of open source. Monetization models that follow these lines not only serve to bring money to their owners, but also benefit the overall quality and use of the software. So, what are your next steps today? I'd like you to experiment with monetizing your open source endeavors. Maybe try creating a paid course helping users get onboarded. Maybe try offering premium support, or even hosting and running your open source for your users. For those of us without our own personal open source projects, but who rely on open source ecosystem, I want us to be more open-minded about the need for sustainable open source practices, which includes the need for project maintainers to have some form of reward. So open source and monetization may seem like an unlikely pair, but in reality, they really do go hand in hand. So here are some links to further reading, credits for the talk, and thank you all for your time today.
Thank you, Nathan, for making this talk as the first keynote of this day, of the Open Source Day. Please come, because you have a duty. You'll be the honored person to give Shrody the trophy
Yes.
to
Here
Nathan.
at Open Source Day, there's a special prize for those that make a great impact in the open source community. The mascot of Schrodinger's hat in the form of this.
Thank
Here
you.
you go, Nathan.
Thank you.
You did it.
Thank you.
So we are running out of time, but it's because of us, not for you, Nathan. So we can take, I will say, 1-2 questions. So are there any questions? Of course, there are. I take this one. Hi, Roman.
Anyone else? So I can just prepare.
Hello, and thanks for the talk. My question is, with OpenCore, you have some features behind the paywall, behind the enterprise. And what if some of contributors will willingly contribute some feature which contradicts with your enterprise features? For example, just duplicate this feature in open source. What will you do with that?
So the question, if I'm understanding correctly, right, is we use the open core model, we have proprietary features in Grafana. Like what happens if the open source community then rises up and builds these features for the open source community? And what do we do in this case?
Yeah, I have experience of adding feature to Grafana,
Yeah.
and that feature was really minor, just to add last access time to
Yeah.
the dashboards.
Yeah.
But this was also part of enterprise package, and this feature request was rejected.
Got it. Yeah, that's definitely where this balance gets really tricky. I think in the core standpoint, like that's a hard question to answer, right? Because if we release that to open source, then there's less incentive for people to buy it, right? And so I think this actually kind of gets down to the core kind of issue around like, you know, the whole elephant in the room thing of it's really hard to charge someone for something that's already free. And so I think at some point companies have to like draw a line between like what is the proprietary features that we're going to be selling and what are the things that we're going to open source. And ideally we don't burn people too often, because if that balance is put too forward or too far on the commercialization side, then you're going to lose the open source community. So if that happens again, like, you know, if that keeps happening over and over again, where you're submitting a feature request, or like that puts a very bad taste in your mouth, and then, you know, we'll lose the whole thing that's driving Grafana's success in the first place. So I don't really have a great answer for you there, like how that balance is struck, but it's other than the fact that that's a really important, you know, thing for us to consider, and something we're still working out internally in the company. Like, how do we balance the commercial interests, especially with roadmap, right? How do we balance these deals that are coming in and what they want versus what the open source community wants? And I feel like we can't lose sight of open source is the whole reason why it's here. We're successful right now. So hopefully.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Question? One more question? Anyone?
Another one. The last
Double
one.
dipping, eh?
Yeah, how do you decide what goes to open source and what goes to closed source?
Yeah, that's a really good question. So typically what will happen is the most ideal case for us is when a company wants a feature that we can build in open source and then release to the rest of the community. So typically what this will look like is, does this feature have like wide applications? Does it have ability to improve the entire offering? Or is it like really niche and something that only this one company might need? If it's like more universal and larger, like we will then push it open source. An example of this was recently with we have this canvas visualization where you can like kind of put elements explicitly onto the dashboard, and a company wanted the ability to call like an API with a button from Grafana. And this is something that we saw a lot of potential to have like with the hobbyist use case and the open source use case. And so this is something that, we had the company who was interested in this feature like pay us for it to build it, but then also we're able to release that in open source. So like we want to do as many of those things as possible and not, ideally the line there is we have the commercial interest fuel the open source benefit. So, yep.
So thank you, Roman, for the questions. And of course, are you going to stay for the weekend in Florence or?
Just through Sunday, yeah.
All right, so you will find Nathan in Florence, of course, but also around the day into Nana Bianca. So if you want to ask him more questions, please reach him out and talk. Not just you, Roman, but also other people. So another round of applause, please.
Yeah, thank you all.
All right. So before going into the next one, I would like to do some other announcements. A lot of work. So, thanks, Nata, for the assist, I would say, because, yesterday evening we had Francesco, which talk about open source business model. Then we have Nathan with the case studies of Grafana about how to monetize open source project. And you know what? Schrödinger Hat is an open source organization with open source projects. And maybe Claudio can give me a good slide here. Oh, supporting. And you know what? Yesterday, we mentioned this, and you are like crazy people. So we wanted to thank you. And I will say thanks to Francesco, Gianluca, Roman, guest, Riccardo, guest, Roberto, guest, Mario, Vasilis. Vasilis, you're a crazy guy. Are you here now? Where are you? Oh. Anyway, Lotibox, Fabio, Nicolas, Giovanni, Federico, is that you? Who donated to Schrödinger. And I say Vasilis crazy guy because donated like 22 euros. Are you crazy? But thanks, because all of this money, of course, you can find it on our Open Collective. So we are not stealing money, but we are going to use it for the conference, for the T-shirt, for gadget, for everything, and mainly for you, actually. Talking about T-shirt, there are few people that yesterday came at us asking, but it's true that there is an Easter egg to find T-shirt, like this T-shirt. You guys, you had the information that we didn't have. Like, we didn't put that news around. So, this morning, we decided to put some Easter eggs. Unfortunately, there are some crazy geocaching guys. I don't know. Do you know what geocaching is? Did you ever play to geocache? How many? All right, you can find very good thing in geocaching. But anyway, there is some Easter egg around, 4 of them, and if you find some of these objects around these rooms, you need to follow some instruction on the object that you will need to find, and you will recognize which object you need to find. I cannot say anymore. Because apparently from these 4 objects, there will be only 1 left. So, clock is ticking. Anyway, I hope you will find it. And you know what? If you're not the lucky guy or lucky girl, because today is the Woman Day in Italy, isn't that why you're not applauding? Come on. A round of applause for all the women in tech, non-tech, all over the world, not just for today, but it should be every day, like a normal thing. Unfortunately, it's not like that. Think about t-shirts. You know what? We announced yesterday that we are going to sell this t-shirt. Why we are selling t-shirt? Because we need money. Nathan said it, Francesco said it, I'm saying it, Federico said it as well. He's the maintainer of a sponsor. I mean, he needs money. He needs money to come from Bologna to here, then from here to Bologna without a train. There is a strikes here. I mean, we need funding. Funding, money. It's all about money. All right, so I stop here. And please, Noah, come join me.
Okay. We have a very special guest for next talk. So this guy, he doesn't like duct tape. He doesn't like having to put stuff together so much. He was bothered by separate monitors, and he got a 55-inch screen. Like, what's he doing? Playing Euro Truck Simulator all day. He has a 55-inch screen, so everything is perfectly connected, and he's taking that same mentality to the back end to front end debate with remote. Introducing Noam Honig. Woo!
So hi everyone, it's great to be here. I'm Noam, I'm from Israel, and I'm going to talk to you about the full stack development. Before I start, I just want to get a sense of the room. How many of you do full stack development? Okay, perfect. What do you use for the front end? How many use React? Okay, how many use Vue? Okay, Angular? What does everybody else use? Svelte? Svelte, of course. Okay, cool. And on the back end, how many of you use Node.js on the back end? Cool, perfect. Okay, so as I said, I'm Noam, I'm from Israel. I've done many things in my career. I've been a consultant, I've been a CEO of a company, but at the end of the day, I like coding. I spend any hour I can get developing code, and I really enjoy doing that. In the last 20 years, I've spent my career working on hundreds of enterprise application modernization. These kind of business applications have hundreds of tables and thousands of forms. They're line of business applications, insurance, banking, CRMs, ERPs. It's the kind of day-to-day applications that any organization needs, and I feel that there's not enough innovation in that world. I'm lazy, really, really lazy. Okay, if I weren't lazy, I wouldn't get anywhere. I'm error-prone, which means I need tooling to protect me from myself, and I like to deploy things fast. Usually when I write an application, it will be live within a week and start rolling on from there. So the kind of business applications that I write are generally referred to as CRUD applications. And when we need to write a basic CRUD applications, these are the building blocks that all of us refer to. So we have a server. I'm going to use Node.js in this demo, and we have a front end. For this demo, I'll use React, but it really applies for everything. So we'll have model types on the front end and model types on the back end. We're going to have API routes on the backend and some code to consume it, some service on the front end to consume these APIs. You're going to need to have data validation on the API and front-end validation as well. You're going to need access control on the API and authorization rules on the front end, and ORM, paging, real-time routes, components, that's it. That's what you need to start writing a very basic business application. I think it's hell. There's way too many details to work with. And the way I look at it, these are all unwarranted separations of concerns. It's duplicate code, back-end and front-end, kind of socket and plug. And I really hate writing things multiple times, and since I'm error-prone, I usually get them wrong. So keeping it consistent when I'm changing the API on the back-end and the front-end is somewhere that I always struggle with. Also, the data access, paging, sorting, filtering, real-time capabilities, it's a lot of repetitive boilerplate code. And I really, really, really hate boilerplate code, since it's copied with the errors, with the mistake, with the vulnerabilities. In recent time, modern full-stack frameworks such as TRPC, Next, SvelteKit, Remix, Redwood, whatever, started addressing this problem by sharing some types between the backend and the front end and some server actions or API calls that make it a little bit easier, but I think it's just not enough. The way I look at it, all of these concerns are reflections of a business entity. It can be a customer, it can be a book, it can be an order. All of these are different views around that business entity. And I want it to be just one single source of truth and have everything else reflected from it. So with that idea, I started several years ago, created a bunch of projects, and ended up branding it Remalt, and created an open source library called Remalt, that I'm going to show it to you. So what we're going to do today, we're going to take a front-end React app and turn it into a full-stack app with everything that I've written over here, try to do it in the 21 minutes that I have left, and maybe even have time to deploy it. Looks interesting? Cool. So to quote a great guy, let's go to the code. So we have here on the right this code. I'm using Vite here. How many of you use Vite? Okay, how many of you don't know what Vite is? Okay, so just a few words. Vite is a bundler for React, Vue, Svelte, or pretty much anything else. It also gives you a great development experience. So whenever you edit a file, it will hot reload the browser and reflect it immediately. So it makes life a lot of fun when you develop. So here I have an app that I'm using Vite to develop. It's a pretty standard React app. Let's review the code. So I have here a front-end state with the test that I'm going to show. And you can see the test over here. I have some code to add a new task that serves the form over here. I have some code to set tasks as completed and delete tasks that I can use to do this and do that. Of course, nothing is saved because it's front-end state. So I refresh, I go to the original state. And we have a function to set all completed that we can use here to set all completed. And lastly, some basic HTML. So we have the form, we have the tasks, and we have a button. Okay? Fairly simple React application. And let's go ahead and turn it into a full-stack application. So the first thing we need to do is actually create a backend. So I'm head over here, and I'm going to say backend. I'm going to create a file called backend, index.ts. I'm going to use Express. And let's do a demo, see that it works. Hello, OS day 24. Great. So we have a basic route here. Now, so far I've been using Vite to hot reload the front end, but I can also use Vite to hot reload the back end, which makes the same fun dev experience. So I'm going to head over to Vite config, and I'm going to import Express from a plugin, and I'll say Express backend, or source backend. And as soon as I do that, our API works. Okay? So we've got a backend, and we have something to start with. Now, back to our application. When we look at our code, everything uses the task type. Okay? That's pretty much our entity. We can see the task being used everywhere. So let's head over to the task. And the first thing I want to do is share it between the front end and the back end. So to do that, I'll add a folder called shared, and I'll drag and drop the task to it. Great. So I consider this my business entity. I think this is my single source of truth. Everything is a reflection of it, the database, the API, the front-end query language. And I just want to use this class to reflect all of those. And to do that, I'll give it a few decorators. And for starters, I'll allow all CRUD capabilities. Later, I'll restrict that. I'll tell it that the ID is a CUID, title is a string, completed is a Boolean, and created at is created at. Next, I'll add it to our API. So I'm going to do import Remalt Express. And I'm going to say const API Remalt Express. And in the entities array, I'm going to add our task. And lastly, I'll ask Express to use our API. So as soon as I do that, we'll get to see over here that I have API tasks. I have an API, a REST API that returns the tasks. Let's go ahead and explore it. So I can hit get and get an empty array. I can send post, give it a body. And it will post a request. It generated the ID based on my definition. And now we can see it in our array. So just a few decorators, a few lines of code, and I have a fully functional REST API. Let's go ahead and input a few tasks. So I'm lazy, so I'm going to hijack them from the front end. First of all, I'll delete them from here. And we can see that we no longer have them in our front end state. And I'll head over to our request and simply push them here. Great. So now we have all the tasks in our database. Now you might ask yourself at this point, what database? We haven't yet configured any database. And Remalt can work with any database, but if you don't define anyone, it actually starts by creating a very basic JSON database that we can see over here. Great for development, great for visibility, and later in this demo, we're going to graduate to a grown-up database. Perfect. So we have our tasks, and now we want to use them in the front end. Here is our app tier 6. So I'm going to use the same task type that we used to define our API, the same class itself, and I'm going to use it now in the front end. I'm going to define a task repo, which is going to be a repo of type task. This returns a repository of type tasks that I'll be used to manage all my interaction with the task entity. I will use it to fetch, to insert, to delete, all of those. So let's go ahead and do that. Add a use effect, task repo, find, then set tasks. And as soon as I do that, I get the task from the backend to my front end. Let's check out the network tab. There's really no black magic over here, just a simple REST API call that goes and gets the data. Now, getting all the data is nice, but not really useful. Every application needs more functionality to that. And when you look at this business application, you see the repetitive pattern. All of them need pretty much the same things. So anyone needs paging. So let's go ahead and limit to 2. Maybe see page 2, page 3. We no longer need to develop that for each and every route that we build. We can do server-side sorting, created at descending or ascending, and we can do server-side filtering. Completed, uncompleted, and since we're using the same type end-to-end from the front end to the back end, if I make a type error, TypeScript will let me know. It will keep me safe, protecting me from myself. And if I'll say undefined here, it will actually not filter anything. And one more thing is that you can see that it's all just simple REST API calls, standard REST API calls. So you can consume it from any other tool if you need to. You don't have to be bound to the end-to-end JavaScript. The next thing I want to do is implement the CRUD functionality. So let's go ahead and do that. To add a new task, I'll simply do await task repo, insert. Here I no longer need these. To save changes to a task, I will do await task repo, save. And to delete a task, I will do await task repo, delete. And that's what I need to do to have full CRUD capabilities. I can update a task, and we can see that we have put request being sent to the backend. I can delete a task, and we can see a delete request. Yes, don't minimize when I don't want to. I can see a delete request, and I can add a new task. We see a post request, and again, I can delete it. So just a few decorators and a few lines of code, I got a full stack RAD capabilities with front-end query language that is computed on the back end, very effective, very efficient. Now, at this point in time, our users enjoy our application, and they actually gave it to a second user. And that second user started making changes, and user one did not see those changes. Okay, and of course, we all know that. The user needs to refresh in order to see those changes, but users don't like it. They say, hey, we're looking at the same page of data. Why can't we see the same thing? Or the question that I love is, if Google can do it, why can't you? And I think that's one of the key things about Remult is we didn't invent any wheels. We didn't cross any borders. We just took complicated things and made them easier and accessible. So to add live query functionality, all we need to do is in our use effect, instead of find, we'll say live query. Instead of then, we'll say subscribe. Subscribe gets an info object, and we can use it to apply changes to our tasks. And lastly, we'll return the result, so it will unsubscribe when the component unmounts. So now we can see this. And if we'll open the second tab, put it aside, and we can see that the changes reflect for both browsers. Okay, so the idea here is to take a complex concept and make it accessible and easy for developer. The underlying technology is not really relevant because we're using a plugin pattern. By default, for development, we use HTTP server events, but it can be replaced with a plugin for WebSockets, for Ably, for PubNub, any other framework you may want. Great, so the next thing we need to do is validation. Validation is, again, one of those concerns that I constantly get wrong or inconsistent. I do front-end validations that is different from my back-end validation and get differing error or vulnerabilities because of that. I think that it should be in our single source of truth. So let's head over to our task. And I just want to define it here so it will be easy to follow. So I'll add task and say that validate. If the task title length is greater than 2 or too short. And now let's try and add an empty task. We can see that we get the error now. Check out the network tab. This is front-end validation. There's no network calls being made to perform this validation. Now let's go ahead and bypass that and send a post request with an empty task. And we can see that the same validation code consistently run both on the front end and the back end. It also returns a well-structured error object that we can use to show the correct error next to the correct input in our in our form. Great. The next thing that comes to mind is that my user tells me, I don't want to check them one at a time. I want to have a loop that updates all the tasks in my UI. And usually when the user talks to me, he doesn't know backend or frontend. He just talks about functionality. And a lot of the times I don't really care. So I just go here, head over to our set all completed function, and say for task of await task repo find, await task repo update the task with completed. And that's it. Now, I've set all completed, and it works. At this point in time, I'm happy. My user is happy, but my boss, not so much. Because it looks down at the network tab and shows me, look, how many network calls are you making for this? What if you had 10,000 tasks? And that's one of the things that I really hated about web development, is that I need to have two different hats, Schrödinger hats. One for developing the front end, and if I need to move something to the back end, I'm using different frameworks, different style. I need to change the hats, and I really, really hated that. With Remult, it's the same code. So I can go ahead here and simply copy this function, and I'll add on the shared folder a tasks controller. This is just for the sake of being organized. Yeah, it's not really mandatory. And I'll put it here, make it static. And I'll give it the backend method decorator. The backend method decorator tells Remult that whenever you're about to run this code in the front end, don't make an API call to the backend and run it there. And note that I'm using the same repo here. So if previously the repo made HTTP calls to the backend, now that this code is running on the backend, it will make SQL calls to the SQL or Mongo calls to Mongo or whatever calls to whatever you're using. Let's just register that on the API. And in our front end, I simply replace this call with await task controller, set all completed, and completed. And now, if you look at the network tab, there's a single call to make this update. So the idea here is that we're using the same way to access data in the front end and the back end. We don't have to switch hats. And so the code can become mobile, can become one time on the front end, one time on the back end, and we can use it all around. So let's see what we've done. We've done setup, entities, paging, CRUD, live query, validation. The next thing we need to talk about is database. So far we've used our JSON database, which has served us very well, and it's a lot of fun for development. But now we are getting ready to move up to the cloud, and it makes sense to replace it with a proper database. So let's go and do that. I'm going to head over to our index. I'm going to import Remalt Postgres. And I'm going to tell Remalt that its data provider is a Postgres data provider with the connection strings that I've prepared in advance. And as soon as I do that, I don't have any tasks because my database doesn't have any tasks. And it actually has a cool utility that automatically creates the table for me. Of course, this can be disabled if you don't like it, but I really enjoy it for this demo. Let's go ahead and populate it with a few tasks. We're going to head over to our request, send, and now we have tasks that are coming from the database. The last important concern that I want to handle is called authentication and authorization. Pretty much any application needs this, and we keep writing it again and again in each and every application. And just like anything else, I want it to be in my single source of truth. So I'm going to head over to my task TS, and I'm simply going to say here that CRUD operations are only allowed for users that are authenticated. And as soon as I do that, I cannot see the data anymore because I'm not authenticated. Now, authentication is an external concern. There's a lot of great tools around it. There's Clerk, there's NextAuth, there's Passport, all sorts of tools to handle authentication. For this demo, I'm going to use cookie session just for the sake of simplicity. And so I'm going to head over here, and I'm going to add cookie session. And let's review it. I configured the cookie session. I've added a few static list of users and standard express outs to sign in and sign out. Now, of course, I could have done this with backend methods like I've done before, but I want to use standard express routes to show you that Remalt fits within your stack. You don't have to go and write a new project with Remalt. You can add Remalt to your existing project with your existing routes and start benefiting from it right now. And the next thing I'm going to do is I need to tell Remalt how does it recognize the user. So I'm going to tell Remalt get user from the request, get it from the session, the user. Great. Now on the front end, I'm going to change up to off. So now if I'm going to sign in with Steve, I'll be able to see the data. But that's not enough. Not all users were being created equal. We need to sometimes control their roles. So let's head over to our task TS and say that delete is not allowed for anyone, and insert is only allowed for admin. So now if Steve tries to add a new row, he will get a forbidden arrow. Okay, so we can have a fine-grained control of operations and visibility of fields and data. So let's go ahead and nominate, since it's the International Women's Day, let's nominate Jane as an admin. So I'll sign out, sign in as Jane, and see that Jane can add a comment. Great. But if I sign in as Steve, Steve gets a poor user experience. Okay, he gets a forbidden arrow. We don't want to do that. So let's go ahead and adjust the UI. Now I want to connect the UI to the same single source of truth definition. So I'll do it like this. I'm going to say task repo, metadata, only if insert is allowed, only then show the form. So now Steve cannot see the form anymore. And if I'll head over to our single source of truth, comment this out, Steve will see the form. And if I comment it back in, Steve will not be able to see the form. So I can get a consistent control of authorization between my API and my front end. Okay, so we've done pretty much everything that I've planned. Do you want to see this deployed? Okay, so let's go ahead and prepare this for deployment. This works half the time, so I need you to be patient with me. So in order to deploy it, the first thing we need to do is to tell it that the connection string will come from a database URL environment variable. And we'll also ask the Node.js server to return the static files that are created by Vite when Vite builds. Now, you can deploy this to any cloud provider that you want, but for the sake of this demo, I'm going to deploy it to Railway. How many of you know Railway? OK. I'll explain in a second while it works, what exactly it is. So I'm going to tell it to define a project with a random project name. And I'm going to open its UI. I'll then ask it to define for me a Postgres database and an empty service. And in my empty service, I'm going to find an environment variable, which is going to be the database URL we've defined a second ago. I'll deploy it and wait for it for a second and ask it for define for us a domain. Great. Now, the last thing I'm going to do Railway app. So what is Railway? Railway is a platform as a service provider that allows me to upload source code to it and run it. I don't need to worry about maintaining virus updates or whatever. They maintain the database for me, they maintain the application for me, and I just can get it to work, just like Heroku or Vercel or Render or Fly.io. And that's what's fun to use for this demo. Now, while it uploads, I'm going to give you a few more slides. So Remalt can work with anything. Okay, you can use it with any front-end framework, React, Angular, Vue, Svelte, Quick, Solid, whatever you like. It works with any backend. It's just a partial list. Express, Festify, Nest, Next, Dino, Hono, Happy, Koa, pretty much all. You can work with any database with it. We provide you with a built-in implementation for Postgres, MySQL, Mongo, SQLite, SQL Server, and Oracle DB. But of course, you can create adapters for everything. And it can run on any Node.js runtime or even BAN, which means you can run it on either AWS or Google or managed services such as Heroku or Railway or Fly.io, etc. And there's a lot more features that I didn't have time to show you here. By the same entity definition, you can just as easily expose GraphQL API as you do REST API, and you get all the functionality with GraphQL. You can also expose OpenAPI and Swagger for documentation and for consumption by other services. There's a lot of lifecycle hooks when you have control about how things are being saved and how things are being read and deleted from the database. There's relationship between entities. There are fields that can only be updated on the backend or only visible on the backend. And if you don't like decorators, that's OK. There's decorator-less support. And if you don't like TypeScript and prefer to use JavaScript, you are welcome to do so too. I invite you to visit our website, remalt.dev, where we have tutorials on how to do everything that I've done here slowly and coherently within about an hour. In our YouTube channel, we have that also in videos with React, Angular, Vue, Next, and Svelte. Okay, and I invite you to join our Discord channel and converse with us, discourse with us. We are very attentive and very enjoy communicating. Now let's go back and see if the deployment has completed. So we're heading off to Railway, and we're going to open it. We're going to give it a second. It usually takes it a minute or two to open. And this really challenges my confidence in cloud deployment live. So one of the fun things with Railway is we can actually check out the deployment logs and see what's going on. So we can see the logs here. We can see that it was deployed successfully. We can see that it actually created the entity on the server as well. And now it will work. Yes! Whew, that was challenging. Perfect. So this time, I want you all to help me do a Q&A for this. So I'm going to sign in as Jane, and I'm going to say, give Remalt a star, because we live on stars. And then I'm going to create a QR code, and I'm going to ask you all to test with me if this actually works. So go ahead, open this QR code, sign in as Jane, and let's see if you can write cool things that will appear on the screen. If you don't mind, I'm going to take this opportunity to do a selfie with all of you. Yay. Yes. So as you can see, it works. Live updates with all you guys at the same time. So in 25 minutes, right, we were able to take a front-end app, turn it into a full-stack app with validation, authorization, authentication, live query, and thank you all. I had a lot of fun. So I think now would be a good time for questions.
Whoa, thank you. Please give him a round of applause. Like, build and deploy. The guy has 2 questions already. But first, I want to know from you if you ever test yourself with how many words per minute you can write. Did you?
No, not in a while, not in a while.
Do you want to test it live?
I'm not that confident right now.
Don't worry, don't worry. We can check it later. But yeah, we were just guessing how many words per minute where you're at. And we are betting to between 120 and 130.
Wow.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that is a lot. I
It is a lot.
was shooting for 60, so 120
No,
sounds
no,
great.
no. You are not that guy. You are not that. 60 means that you are just typing one letter by a letter. I don't know. Are you
Okay.
testing word per minute? Raise up. Yes, 1 people. Then the rest. You are not developer. What the fuck? You are laughing. Yeah, you are not
Challenge
developer.
accepted. Send me a link, I'll send you the result.
Yeah, all right, all right. Let's go to monkey type and let's organize a challenge because let's say the most score, high score, if you go beyond 150, so you beat me, you will receive this T-shirt, like
Opa.
with the smell and everything, directly from stage. All right, so joke aside, I'm coming for you.
Wow, amazing! Finally, I have the spirit of Rails when you can create the whole business just in the weekend. My first question, how do you manage migration? How does this thing works in your system?
Okay, so when you work with database migrations, by default, we have a built-in engine that is considered to be safe, which means it will add entities and will add columns and will never remove anything. Okay, we'll never delete anything, we'll never harm your database. And then we have an article on our website with a very basic migration engines, and you can manage from code, which is the way I prefer to do things. You do like version 1, version 2, and it will make sure to upgrade and run with it and do all the operations. I've been using it successfully for a long time, and I strongly recommend it. Have any other questions? Yes, go ahead. In the meantime, I'm going to show you that there is a
And check
CRM
also.
demo that you can all go and look at the source code if you want. It's a CRM built with React and MUI, and this you can find it on our website.
And check also how many GitHub stars do you have now?
I
Because
think about 25K, but I would love
we
it
need
if
to
you all
raise
would
up.
contribute.
Please, guys, go to GitHub and start the repository.
This is the place.
So I want to thank you, first of all. That was really solid. And
Thank you.
what about testing? So you left the test out of the talk, I presume because of
Of course,
time?
there's only so much you can show in the
Yeah.
talk. But it's really friendly for automatic testing. First of all, of course, I use unit testing to test the framework. We have close to 2,000 tests to test everything from end to end. We have like 93% coverage. But it's also very friendly for testing from the front, from your code, and I do a lot of tests with vtest. Because you can easily switch the database, so you can use your test on in-memory database, and then in production replace it with a Postgres database. So it's very test-friendly, and I use tests with it a lot.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No one? Yes. Sorry, I need to go to Mike before.
Thanks for the talk. And I've seen that deleting a line gives an empty error message.
In this demo, it gives an error message, yes, because I've forbidden it in the entity. If you remember in the demo, when I went, I have it here, yes. So I said delete is not allowed for anyone. If I wanted to allow it, I could say here true, and then you would be able to delete, or...
No, just the error message when you are not enabled to do it.
So the error message is part of the front-end code.
It is available
Yes.
on the front end, but the back end refuses refuses.
Yes, I know, because I understand what you mean. So in this demo, I've only restricted the insert according to the roles. You are correct, I should have also done the same for delete. So I can take the delete button over here. Let's go for the delete button. And I can do the same. Task repo, metadata, metadata. Only if delete is allowed, only then show the delete button. Okay?
And if I may ask, are you planning to reduce this boilerplate, I call this, about authorization? Because I see there is still a lot of code, where on the other places it is a lot reduced.
Okay, so the idea here is that the code over here for authorization is, I think, quite simple. Just the properties that you set in terms of what you are allowing or not. The sign-in, sign-out process that I've done here, it's not part of Remald. So, I'm using an external provider because there's so many great providers around it. So there's no point in me trying to solve the problems that already exist. So I'm showing this here with cookie session, and it took a little bit of code. I have a demo on my website with NextAuth that takes less code, but handles it a bit differently. And it really is an external concern for me. Okay, we have examples on how to do that, but Thank you.
Great talk, very
Thank
cool presentation. What about monitoring and monitoring of the application and tracing, all that annoying stuff that developer needs to do?
So you can add layers of monitoring and layers of logging on the data provider, on the request that comes in, and you can use also your based frameworks logging and monitoring capabilities. You can use Express or Festify, and both have great logging and monitoring capabilities. Actually, you reminded me of one of the things that I forgot to say. A lot of people ask, how does this scale, or how does this work well? Is it production ready or whatever? So obviously, this is used by hundreds of organizations writing applications with it. I personally have an application that I wrote that uses this to distribute food parcel from food banks to people in need. It currently distributes 450,000 deliveries a year from a server, Heroku server, that costs me $7 a month. Okay, so this scales pretty well and handles great traffic very well.
Last question.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions about databases. So how do you define indexes, and how do you deal, if you deal with those, with the stored procedures?
Okay, so about indexes, I consider that an external concern. I consider an index an optimization stage, that I do with my database. So as part of the migrations that I run, that I explained earlier, I create the indexes that I need when I need them. Okay, so if there's something that performs not as well as I want it, I analyze it, get the right index, and add it as a migration step. That was question one. Question two, stored procedures. So, I call them, just like I call the backend method to set all completed, I can call a backend method to call a stored procedure and return the data. So that works perfectly well. Okay? Cool.
All right. So that was everything for the Q&A. Don't run away, because you will receive
I've been waiting for
the
this.
trophy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun.
Thank you again for the great talk and the great project. I hope you receive some, I don't know, maybe some stars on the repository. I hope so.
And I will, by the way, I'll put some stickers here if anyone wants. I have a lot of Remald stickers, so I'll distribute them around. Thank you so much.
Grab those stickers. All right. I'm gonna...
Okay, and next up, coming all the way from Sweden. If you're wondered, can your network application be as optimal as IKEA's supply chains? Christina Dahlen from LabNMQ.
Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay, let's see if we can make this work with the first try.
Meanwhile, there is a sticker market
Oh no, this is no.
on the left.
Do we have a?
Do you need the... All right. Sorry, from Gabri. From the director. Sorry, can you bring me some adapter?
Oh, there's. Oh,
Here
perfect.
we go.
Awesome.
Here we are.
Okay, While we're waiting, do you
Thank
maybe
you.
have a question for the audience?
Oh, you're putting me on the spot here before I even started. Not yet. Let me just fix this, and I can focus on questions later in the presentation. Let's see.
If it's plugged in, let's check. Maybe it's still.
Okay, let's see.
Was this the one from that Francesco Corti break? Is the same one? Do we have another? Do we have another? Other?
Yeah, sure. Oh, now something's happening, or? This, sorry? Oh.
Meanwhile, you can grab the stickers or trying to do the monkey types challenge. Writing faster than 150
Yes.
word per minute. Sorry?
Have all the Easter eggs been found, by the way? Has anyone
What's-
found Easter eggs this morning?
Oh yeah. Did you find the last one? I see
Let's
no
try
faces. No, not at all. Just one. So, if you want, I mean, you have some time now.
This is a
2
great
minutes
start.
maybe. So go around, search for it, for the object
This should be good.
to redeem your T-shirt. Otherwise, it will cost, I don't know, 50. We're going to make 50 euros for a T-shirt. No, maybe it's too much. Too much.
Good
JK,
sign,
too
yeah,
much.
right? Full?
Way too much.
Yeah, it's fully charged.
Anyway, I see a lot of discussions going here, and this guy right here is not talking anymore. So, how is your feedback?
Try another one.
Honestly, I never worked a lot,
Yeah,
never worked with
perfect.
JavaScript, but it's super interesting what I've seen today.
If it's,
It's a very good way to start prototyping something, I would say.
no worries, okay.
For the rest, not using it too much.
Oh no.
All right. And which kind of language
Okay.
do you work for usually?
Oh no, okay.
I am the lucky
Allow
one
it,
working
yeah.
with
Where's
Java
my-
still.
there it is. Okay.
Give me back the mic. No, no. And you?
Perfectly fine.
Yeah, but what about the conference?
I
Okay.
just switched the room, so
All right. So
I was in the beta tracking.
it was good?
Yeah, it was.
All right. Super. We fix it.
Okay, yeah, are we ready?
Yeah, I'm always ready.
Okay,
So
can I
the
start?
stage is yours. Yes.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. Hi, I'm so excited to be at OS Days this year. Yesterday was a great day, and I met lots of cool people and had great conversations. And hopefully this is going to spark more interesting conversations at lunch. What I'm going to talk about today is LavinMQ. It's an open source message broker that we developed in-house at 84 Codes, which is the company that I work for. The cool thing with LavinMQ is that it produces really awesome throughput performance while writing all of their messages persistently to disk. So first, I'll go through some background and message queuing theory, just so that we have a baseline established for everybody. And then I'll go through LavinMQ, and I'll tell you about how we achieve these results and what's special with the architecture. And after that, I'll show you some benchmarks, and I'll round up with some takeaways. But first, I just want to take a minute to introduce myself. My name is Christina. I'm based in Stockholm, Sweden, which is currently very rainy and cold, so flying over to Italy and seeing Florence is really, really nice. I'm a software engineer at the company 84 Codes, where I also work as a project lead for the LavinMQ project. And I've been at 84 Codes for about 3 years now, and before that, I studied a master's degree in computer science at a university in Linköping in Sweden. And in my free time, I like to travel and I like to ski, as you can see by the pictures. And that was a quick introduction of me, but I also want to say a few words about 84 Codes. So 84 Codes is the group of people behind the more well-known platform CloudMQP. And that platform hosts configured message queuing services. And CloudMQP, it provides RabbitMQ as a service, which is an open source message broker. How many of you have worked with message queuing or have heard about RabbitMQ before? Okay, that's a fairly good turnout. That's nice. Thank you, guys. So RabbitMQ is one of the more popular message broker alternatives out there. And we've been in the business of hosting for about 10 years now. And recently, 84 Codes, we launched our own message broker called LavinMQ. And that's what I'm here to talk about today. So first, I want to touch on what message queuing is for those of you who didn't raise your hand. And I'll go through some basics just to have everybody on the same page from the start. Okay, so what is message queuing? And message queuing, it's a solution used in distributed systems. An example could be a microservice architecture to enable asynchronous communication between components or services in your architecture. And here you see the most simple example of a message broker with one single queue. Here, a publishing service and a consuming service are able to send and consume messages to or from this queue. So the picture here shows the difference between synchronous and asynchronous communication. In the left picture, we see synchronous communication where messages are sent directly from one service to another. Here, service A will send a message, and then it will have to wait for service B to finish handling the request before it continues on with whatever activity that it was doing. On the other side, we have asynchronous communication. Here, service A can send messages to a queue, which will facilitate that message and take responsibility for delivering it safely. This means that instead of waiting for process B, it will receive a super quick acknowledgement back from the queue, and then it can carry on doing whatever it was doing while service B fetches that message from the queue and handles it in its own time and at the capacity that it's capable of. And this will save your service from potentially overloading if there's a sudden increase in workload. Instead, the messages are buffered in the queue, and your services can handle them whenever they're capable. And just to illustrate this for you, I have the example of building a web shop. So let's say that you launch a web shop built on a microservice architecture, but you do it without having heard about any asynchronous communication methods or message queuing. So you build a couple of different services. For example, you have one for handling your inventory, one for registering orders, and one for making payments. And when a customer goes to buy an item on your web shop, at checkout, they'll fill in all of their information, and then they'll just click pay. And your system will send that request to your payment service. And the payment service will start to handle this request. However, it will need to connect to whatever bank that you have, and that can give an unpredictable response time. So this means that the checkout service and ultimately the user is left waiting for a little while until the payment is finished processing. But sooner or later, it will finish, and it will send back confirmation on the payment, which can then be communicated to the customer. But like I said, during that payment process, the payment process, the customer will be waiting in a synchronous way for the screen to show some sort of indication that something is happening. And this is a pretty bad user experience. When you click and nothing really happens, it's kind of scary, especially with all the sensitive information that you put in when you pay for something. And especially if you have a request that takes a long time to process, and maybe you have a lot of those requests as well. Say that you're having a sale on your website, and a lot of new customers are coming in, and you're not prepared to handle that load. Then you can easily overwhelm your web server and give an even worse user experience. And with message queues between your services, you can eliminate the waiting. And I say eliminate in air quotations because, of course, your payment service still has to process the payment, but with asynchronous communication in the picture, you're able to return instantly to your customer with a promise that your order has been placed and that the receipt will be sent to them later. Or you can at least update them that something is happening, because the worst experience, like I said, is really when a user puts in all of their sensitive information, and then they click and nothing really happens. So this is an example of where message queuing can fit into your architecture. Okay, so now that you're warmed up on the concept of message queuing, I can explain to you how we came to build LavenMQ in the first place. Okay, so 84Codes has been running CloudAMQP for a while now, and we're providing hosted and configured RabbitMQ services in different sizes and capacities. And by then, or back in the day, we had a couple of users running RabbitMQ together with their PHP clients. And these PHP clients would open connections to the RabbitMQ server for every single message that they were sending. And these connections were pretty short-lived connections, and the consequence was that a lot of these connections were opening and closing towards the RabbitMQ server. And a high connection churn like this can be pretty heavy for the RabbitMQ server's CPU. So it wasn't uncommon that the resource would become overloaded and we would have troubles with these clusters. And to deal with this problem, we had the option of upgrading the users to a larger underlying instance type for the server, but that would be both expensive for the user and for us, and it doesn't solve the underlying issue. And that's not great in the long run, because someday you might want to send even more messages, and you might have to scale up again. And the other option that we have was to build some sort of solution that could help us handle the connection churn. So we built a solution for these use cases where they could use a proxy layer that would be able to keep the connections alive. And the proxy stores connection credentials, and it maintains the connection towards RabbitMQ, while the PHP client opens a connection to the proxy. Using those credentials, the proxy reuses that connection to RabbitMQ. And like this, we were able to keep the connection churn pretty reasonably low, and the underlying CPU issue was solved. So we called this the AMQP proxy, and AMQP stands for the Advanced Message Queuing Protocol, and it's the protocol that's used in RabbitMQ. We use it in LavenMQ, and a lot of other message brokers use it as well. And the AMQP proxy, it needed to support a large number of functionalities of the AMQP protocol, of course, for us in order to be able to use it against RabbitMQ. And after a while, the project became so extensive that we started talking about how hard would it actually be to just build the whole message broker? Now that we've already worked so extensively with AMQP proxy, how hard would it be to just run the whole thing? So now it proved to be a lot of more hard work, and it's not just an extension of the proxy, but it wasn't out of reach, and that was the important thing. In 2018, 84Codes decided that we would launch a project to build our own message broker that would focus on resource-efficient edge cases and high-throughput performance in order to help us with use cases like these PHP clients. And back in 2018, this project was called Avalanche MQ, but that was trademarked by a gaming company, I think. So we changed the name to LavenMQ, and Laven, or lavin in Swedish, is the word for avalanche. So we put a little bit of a personal twist to it. It's a fun fact that I like to mention because I think it's funny. So now I want to move on to talking about what makes LavenMQ special. And I'm going to start with addressing the clickbait of writing to disk being faster. And practically, this is not true. It's well known that the in-memory access is much faster than the disk access. And I'm sorry to disappoint, but I have not invented a new super fast method to interact with the kernel. I wish I had. But what is true is that LavenMQ actually does write every single message persistently to disk, and it's still faster than other AMQP alternatives. And I guess the interesting question is, how does that even work? Well, there are many things that go into making LavenMQ what it is, but three big topics are writing code that executes really fast, avoiding system calls, and a subcategory to that is using mmap to manipulate files on disk. And beginning with writing efficient code, it's important to choose a language that suits your application's purpose, right? And at 84 Codes, we mostly write code in Ruby, which is a great language for many reasons. It's productive and it's expressive, and it works great in a lot of areas that we work with. But it's not ideal for performance-sensitive applications. So when launching projects like LavinMQ, there has to be a different approach, and instead we chose to build LavinMQ on a language called Crystal. And Crystal is a compiled language, and it uses the LLVM compiler to compile down to bytecode, which is much faster and more efficient to run. And along with this, the syntax of Crystal is very, very similar to Ruby, so it's very efficient for us as a Ruby shop to be working with Crystal. And it shares the qualities of being so expressive and nice to read and write, so shout out to Crystal. It's a great language, you should check it out. Yeah, other than that, choosing an appropriate language, it's important to be mindful of how you implement your code. And for LavinMQ, we identify what we like to call hot code paths, which I've tried to illustrate here. I don't know if it's super clear, but that's a hot code path. Those are paths that we know are performance critical, where we have to be extra mindful of performance impact. And this can be in the form of being careful with, for example, heap allocations, and knowing what type of memory we're allocating when we're using a data type or a method. And sometimes in these hot code paths, we have to find workarounds in order to avoid allocating stuff, for example, on the heap memory, because it's a bit slower than using the stack memory and stuff like that. And a good way to ensure your changes aren't impacting the performance is to use benchmarking tools and other performance measurements when you're making changes in these hot code paths. Okay, so another performance measure is that we try to avoid syscalls like the plague, as much as we can, because they are pretty expensive to do. And syscalls are made when a user-level program needs to perform operations that can only be done on a kernel level. So for instance, that could be opening a file or reading and writing to a socket. And what makes this expensive is the context switching between user and kernel mode. And making a lot of repeated syscalls can add a significant overhead to your system. So on a day-to-day coding level, we try to just avoid making syscalls in the hot path of the code. But on an architectural level, we have also had to try to minimize the amounts of syscalls wherever we can. And you can imagine that our application has the potential to make a lot of syscalls when we're reading and writing messages down to disk at like a speed of thousands, hundreds of thousands of messages each second. So normally, the way to access a file on disk is to just open a file descriptor and issue read and writes to that and with syscalls and manipulate your file how you need to, and then you close it again. But in LavinMQ, we use another method called mmapping files. And this means that we allow the operating system to create a link and map a file directly from the process's address space. So now, instead of using traditional read and write syscalls to page data up and down to disk, the application can directly access the file content as if it were in memory. But we're not done there, and to optimize this even further, we do what we call mmapping on demand. And this means that we unmap the files that are not currently in use by the message broker. So if you're not reading or writing a message, we will unmap that message segment in order to free up allocated memory that's not in use. And when the message segment then later needs to be accessed again, we will map it again with the mmap syscall. And that way, we can prevent unnecessary memory space being allocated and use the process memory as efficiently as we can. OK, so that was a bit of background on why LavinMQ is fast. But now I'm going to show you that it actually is fast. And I've done some benchmarks on two more or less identical servers. The only difference is that one is running LavinMQ and one is running RabbitMQ. And they have the same underlying instance type, which is an AWS instance called T4G small, maybe, yeah. It has 2 CPUs, 2 gigabytes of memory, and 10 gigabytes of disk space. So the only actual difference is the software that's installed on the server. And the test that I have run on these servers is a throughput test, and we're counting the numbers of messages the broker can handle going through the queue every second. I have used our own performance testing tool. It's called LavenMQ Perf, which is compatible with the AMQP protocol. So it's what I call message broker agnostic. And you can work towards both LavenMQ and RabbitMQ and any other message broker that behaves in the same way. And it's also open source. You can go and read how it works if you want to. And if you're curious, you can try it out for yourself. I have run these throughput tests on each server with default settings. That means that we have pretty small message sizes. It's 16 bytes per message. And I have one consumer and one publisher. And this test will let one publisher publish as many messages as it can. It will let the message broker account for that message and handle it, and then it will let a consumer consume those messages as fast as they can. And to really push both brokers, I have put no publish confirm requirements, so it should be a really just clean flow, like I've tried to illustrate here. And without further ado, the results show that LavenMQ has about 3 to 4 times higher throughput, pushing around 150,000 messages per second, while RabbitMQ is able to push around 45,000 messages per second. So now we can keep in mind that this is a pretty small machine, and with larger resources, we can push up to over 1 million messages per second with this test case on LavenMQ. So yeah, now I just want to round up what I've been talking about, beginning with a little bit of message queuing theory and inspiring you guys to go build your own web shop, but remember to do it with a message broker. And then I want to talk about LavenMQ's origin story, and I told you about how we fixed our PHP client problem with the AMQP proxy. And then we went through what makes LavenMQ special, talking about how we use Crystal and writing efficient code. And after that, we touched on why syscalls are so expensive. And in a read and write heavy use case like ours, you can win a lot by trying to just avoid them. And then we touched on M mapping and how that helps us avoid making a lot of those syscalls that otherwise would be necessary. Yeah, and with that, I want to say thank you so much for listening. I hope you got interested in LavenMQ and checking it out. So I put up some QR codes to link to our GitHub and to our Slack. I'd love to chat about your use cases, so please feel free to join the Slack channel. And if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. Thank you.
Well, Christina, amazing talk. And right on time. So, super.
Awesome.
So, I will just give you a
Thank
trophy.
you. This is so cool.
This is more than an Oscar.
Of course.
It's true. It's true. Johnny Depp, Leonardo DiCaprio, I mean, phew. Poor guy. So, Kune. Of course, there is always this guy.
Okay, you didn't tell us what kind of disk were you using for the benchmark? Was like SSD?
Yeah, SSD.
Okay.
Yes.
So what kind of disk is it optimized for? Like.
That's a tough question. I don't really know. I'd have to go into our servers and check out exactly what disk. But I can come back to you on that, and I'll just check it on some test instance that I have, and then I'll tell you.
Hi.
Hi.
Can I ask what kind of the queue did you use for the test? Quorum, Classic, and if you use it Classic, what kind of the index, the new one or the old one?
The Classic queues, and I think it's new Classic queues.
The version 2?
Yeah?
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
And guess who?
Hello, and thanks for the talk. I noticed that you mentioned you're using mmap, and like a year ago or something like that, there was a series of articles saying that mmap is considered as harmful in using in read and write intensive applications. So for example, when you write something to a map, there is no guarantee that it will be flashed on the disk, so you can't respond to the client with guarantees that this message will remain there. And also there are problems with concurrency access when many concurrent threads right into the mapped file. Have you seen these implications in your application?
It's a good question. I think it's very rare for us to run into an issue like that. I have never seen it, but I have also read articles about it being dangerous or what you can say. But I personally have never seen it, and I think it's very rare for it to happen, especially when you have like a good implementation of it.
Okay, and in these benchmarks that you showed, was there a requirement for memory on the machine when your message?
No, this is just like the throughput test is for us to kind of push the message broker as fast as we can. So we've kind of have no checks or like safety measurements there. But yeah, it's just to get the fastest numbers. You can put in all of those things in the LavinMQ perf tool also if you want to check those. But I think it's funnier to see numbers that are like at the optimal speed.
Okay, so you would expect the same stats of this benchmark if we set, for example, 1 gig of memory available for your LavinMQ application here?
Sorry?
Like if we reduce memory, allowed memory for LavinMQ in this benchmark, will you expect the same numbers after this?
No, I think numbers can vary a little bit, but I think they're still impressive compared to what is available. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Because he's such a good guy with good questions, right ones, and I'm just enjoying. It's super to have speaker and attendees like him in this room. So, any other questions? Because the level is right here now. No one? Here, the challenger.
Quick one. Do the performance remain stable as you increase the number of producers and consumers?
Yeah, I would say so.
So no degradation at all? If you just,
sorry,
no degradation of performance?
Not what I have seen when I've run my own tests, but maybe like if you have some special use case. Of course, this software is like use case, kind of, it caters to edge cases. So if you have something that is super cumbersome for the message broker, then of course the performance will be affected. But I would still say that for that the performance is impressive, even if you tamper with different checks and safety measurements and more producers or less producers. I mean, of course, the performance will vary how you when you put in different variables, but I would still say that it is impressive.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. I just wanted to ask if LavinMQ is made with high availability in mind. You know,
So,
if
high-
it's high availability. If it's
Hi-
fault
no, okay,
tolerant,
yeah,
if
right.
it can be used.
That's also a very good question. Currently, we have we offer LavinMQ as a single node broker. So RabbitMQ is, of course, like the big beast, which is a big toolbox that can be used for many very good like use cases. And LavinMQ is more of like a it goes in and pinpoints those use cases that are kind of difficult to cater to with a bigger and more powerful tool like RabbitMQ. No, we don't have clustering, but we have started implementing replication so that we have data safety at least. But yeah, maybe it'll come in the future. You'll have to stay tuned on our GitHub page for that.
Can you hear me? I'm here.
Ah, hi.
Hi. First of all, I would like to apologize because I didn't follow your speech from the beginning.
Okay.
So I don't know if you maybe mentioned this or not, but I use Kafka.
Ah, cool.
Yeah, not cool, right? Debugging.
You use Kafka.
Yeah. So what I would like, I was talking to my CTO and we wanted to go to RabbitMQ and we didn't.
Okay.
So what I would like to ask you, if you could tell me, you probably did all your research regarding Kafka versus LavenMQ. No, not really. But I want to go back to him, and I want to suggest him to use what you guys just presented
Yeah,
here.
you should.
So if you could just tell me what would be the major points that will make our life easier, especially when it comes to debugging, because we know that Kafka to debug is like, right?
Right.
Like maybe some of them
Yeah.
now, and then I maybe catch up with you later. and
I
you
would
can
love
give-
to talk to you after
Yeah.
as well, but what I can say is that LavenMQ is a pretty lightweight alternative to use. It has stream queues, so just like RabbitMQ. So the line between Kafka and LavenMQ is kind of blurry, but yeah, it's a simpler tool. It doesn't need as much configuration, I guess, and debugging. And at CloudMQP, we have stellar support system. So if you would use CloudMQP, you would get like a really good help with debugging any use case problems that you have. And yeah, we also have a really good chance of actually making improvements to the software depending on what our customers want. So if you have any issues, we could probably just work something out between you guys and us.
Right. Thank you. And one question, so what would be your main, like what is it that makes you different from all these other tools? Just one thing, because I'm going to go now in a meeting with my CTO, and I'm going to smash him with whatever you guys have, because it seems way simpler, right?
Right. Yeah, speed and simplicity. I would say it's a very easy tool to get up and running and start working with. And as I showed you, it's pretty fast. So, yeah.
Thank you.
I can add a friendship with Christina, so maybe a consultancy or
Yeah.
whatever. Because Christina needs money to ski, and for I ski.
Yes.
By the way, I was in Stockholm recently.
Yeah, I just want to add, if she's interested on RabbitMQ streams, I work for the RabbitMQ core team. And
I see you, yeah.
No, it's not a war. It's not a
No.
war. So we work together. I mean, they
Exactly.
contribute also in RabbitMQ.
Yeah.
Now, if she wants to know more about streams, I work on that part. So.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, you can talk to him as well.
Can we create a council here for RabbitMQ and this improve performance and whatever?
But what is better?
There is a
Is
conference
RabbitMQ better
for RabbitMQ.
or LavenMQ? I don't know.
We need to
I don't
create
know.
another open debate for that.
Yeah.
We should.
I mean,
But is it going to be a violent debate? Now that's the question. also.
that's bad,
Yeah,
that's bad.
yeah. You never know. Violence is not the answer,
No.
unless it is. Who knows? Who knows?
We're all working together. This is open source, so.
it is open source.
By the way, if there will be a war, I choose Roman as a champion.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay.
So, any other questions? No more.
We're good.
We're good. So, thanks again to Christina for this amazing talk.
Okay, do I turn this off? So.
No, this one you can.
Okay,
go
okay,
there.
perfect.
Just leave all the cables, take your computer,
Okay, awesome.
and the trophy.
Sorry?
Trophy.
And take also the
Yeah,
trophy.
yes, I will take this. Is it 3D
Before,
printed?
can I ask
Is it-
everyone to not leave for 3 minutes? That's all I ask. And please, if you can, take a seat. It's a very important thing, but also very brief, so it doesn't take a lot of time. And you don't need to give us money unless you want to. In that case, please do give us money.
Do we need to use the T-shirt to grab their attention?
Yes, we should throw a T-shirt. Give me a T-shirt, someone.
Let's take a T-shirt. Because people are sitting
one.
far away from us.
So, who needs a break? Breaks, anyone? Okay. Okay, great. We got a winner for this one.
What a shot.
So, Claudio, can you help me out with that slide that we got prepared? So, As you very well know, today is International Women's Day. Now, is that an excuse to just say, thank you for being here and existing? No, of course not. Just, be a normal person, common sense, that's all it takes. Nothing more than that. But what we really need to achieve, and that is what I want to talk about, is not about talking about feminism, that of course is very important. It's not about being an ally, that of course it's very important. Right now we're talking about tech. So I want to focus about tech. And this thing right here, although specifically Italian in this case, is a battle that is required by all of us to be fought. Now, what does that mean? It means that gender pay gap exists, and gender pay gap for the same work is shit. So can we all say it together? Because I really want to feel it down in my throat. Gender pay gap is shit. Gender pay gap is shit. Gender pay gap is shit. Thank you, because that matters. That is the only thing that we can really do in this very specific circumstance, is to actually care about this. If you notice something that doesn't comply and apply to this kind of respectful fucking common sense, because that's all it takes, do something. Voice it out. Because we're all equals, and that's the whole thing about feminism, right? We're all equals. So, if you notice that, take care of that. Be your own ally and, help out your friends in need. And also, if you scan this QR code, and if you cannot scan it, ask us, and we will give you the image afterwards. Otherwise, ask our friend Maria over there, who is one of the first signers and founders of this manifesto. You can find this manifesto online, sign it, and, be part of a small Italian revolution that might achieve something that actually matters, okay? So this is important, just care about it. That's it. So yeah, thank you. Is it lunchtime?
Yeah.
It's lunchtime, yes!
So see you. All right. Welcome back. Did you have lunch? Yes? No? Did you have lunch? So the other no? Lazy to say that you had lunch? Did you have lunch or not? Yes, all right. Did you enjoy it? It was good? Italian food? Pizza, whatever you want to eat? All right. So, open debate. Another one. Yesterday you were not so active. Why? I'm asking. And then I reflected a bit. We didn't talk about money and how to make money, right? That guy is laughing at me or at the money. Don't know. We figured it out. So, today we are bringing the money topic on stage. And with the useful power of Claudio, we are going to show you the topic of this open debate. So please, Claudio, give me the slide. Ooh, Gen AI is changing the world. Yes or no? Yes. A little bit of discussion this time. So, of course, I cannot be just me on this stage to talk about this huge topic. That's why I introduce Agatha.
Hello, guys.
Which is coming from Paris, in France.
That's right, where we also talk a lot about AI. They say Paris is the next big AI hub in Europe.
Do you know Mistral? And
Yes?
did you like it?
Do you know Hugging Face?
They're saying,
Mm.
money, yeah.
Also a bit of open source, to be fair.
Also because of open source, right? Open source, money. All right. But of course, we cannot be here, just the two of us. We need the MC from the sky, directly, our Lorenzo.
Thank you for having me again.
So-
It's impressive.
Please-
I'll take the central
No,
seat.
you have some age. Please take
Oh
that.
yeah, sorry, I'm the old guy.
All right,
You
please.
take the center stage.
Sorry.
Okay.
Finally.
Oh God, what do you want to talk about AI? Everyone's talking about AI,
Ah.
isn't it?
8 questions. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
And did you know that these questions were wrote by...
You guess it.
Try, guess it.
Who wrote these questions? Come on.
No, wrong.
Damn it.
It was me.
It was Mickey GPT.
Because no matter what, Gen AI cannot beat us, right?
Yeah,
I hope.
we're too special.
I
That's the
hope.
thing.
I hope.
For now.
So, but to be honest, I don't know. Do you know, have you ever realized the impact that Gen AI are affecting us?
I think we're just beginning to see the impact it could have, and it will not be the same everywhere and across all sectors and across all functions. But I think the big question is, how has it changed your life, your daily life, at work, at home, in your free time? Has it changed your
That is
life?
a great question. I would like to know, I'm going to pick someone random right in front of me because I am an old man and I cannot work too much, so please answer this question, my dear friend. How did AI change your life?
Maybe I totally agree with Miki. AI cannot be us because it's something that will stay with us. So we have to consider AI in this way. We have to consider AI with, like something that we will do things in parallel way. AI can do things that we regret to do, that we don't like to do, and it will not concern about this. Will be useful for this.
Okay, I'd say that's a great answer. How do you guys feel about that?
Would you say AI will augment human capacity? Yeah? Will it ever take your job?
Would everyone
good.
agree that AI is actually good for our jobs, at least? We're talking dev stuff right now. How many of you think, I'm going to go the other way around, how many of you think AI is shit at helping us do our job?
Raise of hands if you think it's a bad thing. No hands raised.
No
so
I
AI
think you have an opinion.
halfway, I can get halfway, but I want you to tell me why, because
Go
you
in deep.
earned the right to speak, my friend.
So, from my experience, it has been really helpful in like really boring stuff. But for example, when I need to produce something, like start a new project, a new script or something, most of the times it led me to the wrong way to resolving the problem that I was trying to solve. For example, something really simple that happened to me in September is that a client asked to implement like splitted payments in a website that I built for them. And I asked to ChatGPT how to do that with Stripe APIs, which is something that you cannot do through Stripe APIs. But it completely led me astray, and I wasted basically 2 weeks implementing a solution that was not working.
Oh, wow.
But the thing is that since oftentimes documentations are kind of hard to navigate, you tend to trust something like ChatGPT because it makes sense of the terms that they use in the documentation, but then you did dive into the documentation and the things that ChatGPT was telling me it was doing something were actually for something completely different. So on paper, you will look at the code and it looked like it should have worked, but in reality, it was something completely different.
And do you think that's because ChatGPT is not specialized enough? If we had a GPT for your specific use case, would it be better? Like a GPT just for technical documentation?
Yeah, maybe that could improve it, but I guess at let's say, any way you can enhance it, at some point I think there is like a barrier to where it can go. And if you do like more simpler stuff, maybe that's not an issue. If you like to dive into more complex kind of software, that can lead to a nightmare situation like the one I unfortunately had.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
You used a very good example because you talk from your experience. And actually, we want to ask you, what is your experience using GenAI or any kind of related stuff, AI-related stuff? And it could be not just GenAI, the latest trend, but it could be also clustering or not only natural language, of course. Because everything started with generative network, which are built to untrust other networks so they can improve and give us some fake result, because in the end, those are fakes. We cannot use it. And we are going to back to that with some politics and policy, and maybe we can talk about it. And I have another experience on that related to documentation and code. Actually, in my company, we are working in a project with GenAI related stuff. We are generating something, some images, and we are selling it. Cool, no? OpenAI cannot do that. And meanwhile, while coding, I wanted to do a POC with Playwright for automation testing. Because we are using Cypress right now, and you know, we need to pay for the parallelization. Do you know Cypress?
Cypress is so bad.
Do you use it?
So bad.
Do you use Cypress?
No, it's not. It's good.
No one. No one is using.
Maybe you should.
Do you even do
question
end-to-end
if I
testing?
didn't
Oh.
use it.
Okay.
It was that bad choice. So yeah, I made a POC with Playwright, but of course I wanted to be fast because, as you know, when working in agile development life cycle, you don't have time for POC. So I wanted to improve, to be fast. So I asked to GitHub Copilot, the enterprise edition, that actually is working on your code. So it is trained on your code, on your documentation. And that could be an answer for you, if that is the case, to use GitHub Copilot for enterprise use case. And actually, I asked, I have a knowledge on Playwright, so I know which kind of answer from GitHub Copilot were right, performant or not. So I asked GitHub Copilot, sir, could you please migrate this piece of code, which was just to check an element if it was visible and clickable, in a very weird scenario on a where Z index thing in the model, which is always nice to have in your user experience website. So I asked to GitHub Copilot to migrate, and in 5 seconds, I copy-paste the code. It worked, and not only it worked, but it was also the best implementation of the code possible. So, that being said, it was working, but it was not just one scenario that made GitHub Copilot, I don't know, like the panacea for everything. So I tested out also for other features of the migration from Cypress and Playwright, and turns out that it's not that good. So still, as this guy said, there are some room for improvement for us as well, but especially for the GenAI model, the foundation model, I would say, that using NLP to train and trying to find something, some context onto the documentation, onto the code and code bases to give us some suggestion, I would say. So yes, it's a support thing at this moment. And I would like to ask if there are any other experience about that.
Any other experiences that you would you like to share? Thank you. Meanwhile, I reach over there. Could you do a raise of hands if you work for a company that actively develops something based about or of AI? So,
cool.
Not using AI, actually doing AI, okay? Okay, not so many then. Just one, actually.
No,
It's
no,
evil.
there's 5 or 6.
Can you please raise
we
your
can
hands
get
again?
into that later. Yeah, more.
Okay,
Cool.
okay, that's better. Now the question.
So I lead the data science team at an American tech company, although here I speak in my personal capacity. First of all, I like the tool in terms of the utility it provides me, in terms of finding an answer faster. If a SQL query is not working, I can tell it and it will help me debug it faster than I would do it myself. That is pretty clear cut. I'm sure engineers can +1 this one in most cases. I am concerned about 2 things which maybe you would be addressing later, but I'll bring it up anyway. The first one is, it is very scary to me that 6, 7, maybe 10 companies will own essentially the future of this. And relatedly, in the worst case scenario of like really machines taking over kind of a thing, which is, not totally theoretical, I say it's 1% or something. If you told me that there's a 1% chance of a plane crashing before me getting on it, I probably would not get on it. I don't think we are talking about that enough. And 1% was the infection fatality rate of COVID before vaccines arrived. We shut down societies for 2 years for that. I don't think we are taking this seriously enough.
I'm kind of reassured to hear that coming from you guys, because a lot of people are actually asking these questions. I work in policy, right? I don't do code, but I work with people like you to understand how code works and how it can impact people. So what I can tell you is that in the European Union, for example, a lot of people are freaking out about the power that these companies are getting. Microsoft, OpenAI, NVIDIA, Google, because they own all the stack, right? Like they do their chips, they do their models, they give us the applications, they have our data, they have our enterprise data, our personal data. And I think like another big elephant in the room is what are we gonna do when elections come? In the US, here, all across Europe, there are 64 countries this year going to the polls, to the ballot box. So it means that if we do deep fakes everywhere, we can spread misinformation, for example. So there is regulation that is coming to rein this in, but it will take time to implement and is so imperfect. So So it will start from you, right? Like it will impact a lot the way you work, the way you develop AI, which probably brings to the next question. What other experience do you guys have? Like what kind of AI are you developing? Are you doing traditional machine learning stuff? Are you doing symbolic AI? Are you doing Gen AI? And for what kind of use case? All of
Okay.
those hands
Can
raised.
I get one of those that raised their hands for AI? Any one of those? Please raise your hands
Wanna
again
go?
so I can find you.
Okay.
Do you want to share your experience, Maciek?
So in our case, it's for PatchStack, and we are working on automating, finding vulnerabilities in code. I mean, because it's a hard work for researchers. Let's be honest, most of the problems are quite simple, that a machine can do it, and just leave those, the most difficult logical vulnerabilities to us humans. So, yeah.
It's a great use case, to be honest, because like you have a lot of information to treat. It's not hyper complex, and you can just focus on the cases that are most difficult, right? So for the regulator, there's this regulation that will kick in 2 years and comes from the EU, right? Well, that it will categorize us as not very high risk, so you'll be able to continue developing your AI and commercializing it, no problem. But if tomorrow, Stability AI or OpenAI sell out tools that people can misuse, well, that's going to be high risk, most likely. But that's a great use case. Any other use cases, maybe? Huh?
Enrico.
So I'm not currently I'm not currently working on this because the startup failed many years ago, but back in the day, I was working in this startup that was doing wearable devices for bikers. We had basically an application that would vibrate on your wrist when you're biking to advise you for speed cameras and stuff like that. And we had developed an AI model to correct GPS traces because when you gather GPS traces from a device, there is a margin of error, and the algorithm that will calculate how far you were or if you were in the direction of a point of interest needed to rely on ordered traces. So like every trace needs to be like temporally ordered correctly in order to have the right course of the biker and so on. So we will use AI to correct GPS traces.
Yeah, great one too. Want to add something?
Yeah, no, I believe that use case is a recap of everything, because yes, as also Maciek said, so the previous answer, our brain is so capable of thinking AI, so why we are not using for great achievement instead of some automated task which a machine can do, and it's even better to do it. Like CPU can iterate on us, I don't know how many cycles can do in just 1 second. But still, our brain is a kind of a CPU with a lot of cycles, actually. So why not using it? And yes, and I would like to go back to the answer from that guy back there about 10 companies holding everything. And yes, open source is great, but still, what are open sourcing it? Mistral is kind of a case now.
I think there are a lot of sub-questions there, right? Like, first, is open source sustainable long-term alternative to what those 10 companies are offering? What do you think, guys? Second is, are you guys contributing to open source generative AI big models like Meta's Llama or Mistral 7B or others, if ever you can really contribute to that? And I think that's a good start already.
I say Mistral, but there are a lot of discussion going there. But let's take a step back and talk about Hugging Face, for example, which is doing great for contributing to open source to make the knowledge shareable across all the environments, across all the developers, with a great community effort there. So I will say an applause for Hugging Face, to be honest, if you will. Or you don't believe
we should
on
have
Hugging
had them
Face.
in the room. We
Yeah.
need to send them the recording.
And on the other side, when we talk about model, we talk about dataset, we talk about a lot of computing power, in order to be able to training those onto those data sets. And I'm asking myself, where do we do the training? Cloud, bare metal, on Raspberry Pi, 32-bit.
Good luck to your Raspberry.
Good luck to your house.
And
Thank
your
you,
electricity bill. Maybe if you're sitting on a geothermal site, you can afford it.
Maybe if you have a Bitcoin farm, you can afford it.
Maybe you could repurpose it.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe first question, is any of you contributing to open source AI, generative AI foundation models? Yes, one, yeah, to 10 models? Fantastic. President, no one else? Why is that? Difficult, not interesting, you don't care? There's no right or wrong answer, I'm just curious.
There are no contribution to the model ecosystem, you say? Like, why there are not so many contribution on building a model open source? Well,
I mean, the 10 big companies are so bullish about, oh, we do open source, we're amazing. But are the open source developers there? Please. Can you, I can go.
I personally don't, because even though I am a data scientist, I do not know enough advanced math needed to do this. Just quite frankly, I don't know how many people are willing to admit it on record, but I would say 95+% of data scientists have do not have sufficient knowledge to contribute, which again makes it different than traditional open source software development, because their knowledge was much more distributed. Here, again, it's not just 10 companies with money, it's 10 companies with the talent.
Thank you for being honest about being in that 5%. I think it's bold enough to be said, so thanks for that.
That's it. I mean,
got
that's
all
the answer.
answers there. Yeah, do you agree?
Yeah, totally. And I'm onto those 99% software engineer, data scientists, whatever, that are not.
So maybe there's a challenge here for you guys. How do we make sure all of you, 2 years from now, can contribute to those models if you think it's interest for your professional development, you know? Maybe a thought for a Schrödinger session. Just an idea for you guys.
That's definitely a good idea. Actually, I would like to challenge everyone with this thought. Do you remember the time when you were young, so young, that you were using jQuery? Do you remember that? Some of them are. But yeah, there was a time like that. And before that time, XHR was there, which jQuery built on top to do Ajax and so on. You know that story, right? So when that happened, lots of devs like us needed to know their own stuff before they were actually able to contribute to everyday work, right? I'm not even talking about open source, just doing your job. Now, I think we got to a point where we accept that we don't know and we're fine with it, right? I can just use fetch, that's it. What is behind, I'm a JavaScript guy, so what is behind async await? I'm just accepting that there's something behind it, but do I really know about it? Well, if you started your dev career 2 or 3 years ago, probably not. That's very probable. So how I would like to connect this is, I think the same is happening, but so much faster with AI and generative models. Because a dev like me and you, even though we don't know nothing, well, I definitely don't know nothing about AI, you know more than me, but at some point, we can go on any GitHub repository with some shared models, and we can read the README, read the fucking documentation, that's always important, read the fucking manual, that's the one, RTFM. We can read that, and we can set it up without knowing what is in that black box. And we can use it. Now, why would I want to know what's inside that black box? Why would I want to go behind async await? I can just use that sugar thing. I can just enjoy my work as a dev, right? So the question here would be, would you open the black box? Raise of hand, interested in opening the black box? Okay, lovely.
Not too much over
those
there.
that do not want to open the black box, now I'm interested in that. Why don't you want to? Would you want to answer? No?
Not open the box, not answer the question. Fair enough.
Answer?
Very coherent.
You? Okay, so if an AI model is a black box, because we don't know what's behind it, right? Why would I want to know more about the black box? Can't I just use it?
I mean, if it's for, if I'm testing, I can also say, okay, I just try it and I don't know what happens. If it's a business problem and there's impact, money, things, decisions, I think you need to know something.
Thank you. You also want to share your opinion.
Yes, I work with AI, and I think that it would be great to open the black box, but sometimes it is not possible. We can try to understand how this model works, but also for open models, most of the times, only the weights of the models are shared, not the training data. So we, as professionals, we should try to understand how we can build this, but yeah, this is very important. There are very few totally open source models. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts on this. Anyone else want to share why they would not be interested?
Lore, over here.
Vai, Michi. Run faster.
So my point of view is that the companies are all rushing to have AI in their processes, so they don't take the time to dig deeper. So if something is not working correctly, you don't get paid to inspect the model, open it, train it better. You just switch to another model, or I don't know, train two times the same stuff, but we are just hacking. We are not actually doing, because I'm working with AI, for example, with the Spacey library. I don't know, it's natural language processing. It was before the ChatGPT revolution. And I stopped working on that because now there is ChatGPT, so I cannot go and improve Spacey. You know, I need to do this now. It's a time thing.
It's so true, right? So many companies are just buying into the hype and not probably asking the right questions. Do I need AI in the first place? Do I need generative AI? Do I need to use OpenAI's product?
Yeah, for now, it's only important to have the word in your
pitch, right? And to
yes.
sell it to your client. Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Are those the same companies that made NFTs?
No.
I'm curious. It's just curiosity, really.
No, I'm actually working on a good project where AI is it matters. We are reading curriculum vitae, so and match to the jobs. Okay. So it is important to work well, but we are not taking the time to make it work correctly. That's the problem.
This is very interesting because what you're doing, you're matching people to potential employers, right?
Yes.
So you're contributing to people's access to jobs. That's kind of a fundamental right. So this means that for the regulation, you will be a high-risk AI system provider in 2 years' time, which also means that your company will be accountable for the people that get or not get a job through your system, which goes back to the question, why would I want to look into the black box? Well, because if you have to be including legally accountable for what you do, you'd better know why you got one result rather than another. So the regulation does ask companies to share documentation, share a summary of the training data. Does that even make sense, given the amount and diversity of data that you can put in? But probably the question is, will having that information be enough for you to understand how a model works?
Yeah, probably the best is maybe if we can use open source models that I know with what data went in and it's more controllable. I think that's a better starting point for my case.
Lovely. I've got another question for everyone.
Okay.
How many of you, raise of hands of course, think the AI wave is overrated? Just overrated. Raise of hand if you think AI is overrated. Okay, this one surprises me. I thought more. Okay, so I can guess that the rest thinks AI is not overrated and is going to bring lots of perceivable value to our lives. Is that correct? Can I get a raise of hands if you think the other way around? Not so many hands either. So what the hell are the other people thinking?
Want to hear from the back? Can we hear from someone from the back and then come by here to the front?
Let's
I
hear
feel
something
there's strong
from
opinions
this
over here.
row. When I ask or answer something, any declaration?
It depends, I think, because
No, don't use it. Don't use it.
That's a damn thing.
We all know
Don't do
that.
it.
We all know that.
He's ready to come
Don't
into
use
policy
it.
work.
Don't use it against me. So skip. Go.
I don't really know exactly myself, but I think it's something that is never going to go away, and it's just going to get improve and improve constantly, and it's going to get even more extensive and impact even more fields. So I don't see it as overrated. I see it as something that it's here to stay for the foreseeable future.
And I've got another question for everyone then. So we know by now that the most used and actual models that we have right now, be it Mistral, OpenAI ones with GPTs and all the friends, they have been trained on 25, well, pretty much all the good internet, which is 25% of the internet, right? The rest is gibberish, just rubbish, right? So if we got to the point that the training material is over and the rest is just to be invented by us, not AI, how will it get better? I don't know. Do you?
But it depends on the type of AI that you do, right? And feel free to challenge and correct me here, but I'm told if you do symbolic AI, for example, you may not necessarily need all that great amount of data. It's just like if you do machine learning and deep learning and if you really want to do just generative AI, then yeah, you may encounter this data problem, but I think you have an opinion over there?
I mean, it has a lot of money being invested as we speak right now. Like, JavaScript is not a very fast language, but it's kind of fast now. And it's because Google and a bunch of other organizations put a lot of money. So if this is the beginning of AI, and right now we are injecting a bunch of money there, it means it's gonna get better. Even though maybe the internet gets slower, but maybe they can improve the methods of analyzing. I don't know.
Over there too?
Another thought? Who?
Maybe a final thought, because I believe we're running out of time, are we?
I think accuracy and performance. So accuracy is very important. Even if you go to ChatGPT and the likes, they imagine stuff at some point. It's not that accurate. So they know the high level, but it's not too deep. So improving accuracy is very important. And performance is another very important aspect. So we need more of it, more accurate, faster, running on our phones or whatever.
So we can optimize what we have now.
Yes, I think accuracy is the most important thing because today it's easy to end up with rubbish, something that is meaningless or just imagination or derived from something else that is not actually knowledge. It's a side effect, let's say. And performance is also very important. So how fast it can figure it out, how fast it can respond, how accurately it can respond.
Definitely.
Perfect.
I think the knowledge doesn't end. Sorry, the knowledge doesn't end ever. The people are generating a lot of knowledge. Technology runs every year. They say that we generate as much knowledge as has been generated up to this year. So it doubles every year. It's a lot.
That's good knowledge right there. Thanks for
Can we
sharing
hope?
that.
Can we close on this whole message of hope, the debate?
Yeah. So thank you everyone for participating in the debate. Hopefully you had more questions and more answers and we can continue talking about it at a later moment. Thank you, Agatha, for being on stage with us.
Thank you, guys, and let's have this chat next year and see if you change your mind.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Miki, what do you want to talk about? Stand-up comedy. Okay.
Stand up?
Ready.
I'm not that good.
Yeah, it's the one we do in the morning, right? Isn't it?
Is
No?
that one?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. So, actually, if Wabri is ready, steady go. Wabri ready, steady go. Not ready, steady go. So about stand-up comedy, how's everyone feeling about Jira and Jira software? Atlassian, let's talk Atlassian for a moment. Oh dear. No, truly. So what we're about to do now, and hopefully you're going to enjoy it as much as we will and still do, is that we're actually going to go for a small year in review kind of talk today. So it's going to be me, it's going to be our friend Miki, and also Gabriele, who was leading the backstage until now, will also join us as he is the other founding father of Schrödinger Hat. So it's the two of them, and then there's me, and I ruined everything. But, you know, open source and love, so they need to accept me being here as a contributor to their causes. And Gabriele, Mr.
I'm ready.
and Mrs., thank you for joining us, Gabriele. Take the high stand. So, can we go briefly over Schrödinger's Hat history, and then we continue with the year in review?
Right. Well, first of all, another round of applause for Gabri.
Yes.
I'm not used to be on the stage. I'm more a director. Yes, director room. Backend room, yeah.
Backend dev here, DevOps, managing all the cabin for running the live stream, running all of this with Claudio as well.
Yeah, give a round of applause for Claudio as well.
So that being said, let's start. The journey. Going back to 2019, I will say, because we were colleagues. So we were colleagues in a consultancy company here in Florence, and we were unhappy, I will say. And we didn't know each other. We didn't have friends in the office, so we just hanging around in front of the coffee machine, like we used to. Now we are just working remotely, so Mocha, ourselves, our depression, and our code review. So back in the days, when we used to have a coffee machine in the office, we were just chatting around topics, like we did briefly with GenAI. So, and we discovered that both of us were in love with the open source communities. Both of us were having projects, personal or from other open source projects. And then COVID hit all of us. So we didn't go anymore to the office. We didn't have any more coffee together. That was a shame for us. And so we started, let's just do some meetings. Just you and me. All right, let's do that. And then after that, we say, well, you know what? Let's start a podcast. Because it cannot be that there are just two guys that are talking about this topic with a tons of passion on it. That maybe there are also other guys that are thinking that way. And maybe we can also ask questions to other people, developers, product manager, designers, so on. So we started the podcast back in 2020. And meanwhile, doing the podcast, we started our open source project under the name of Schrödinger Hat. And
it was also the name of the podcast.
And it was also the name of the podcast. It's the same project, but it's evolving. So it started as a podcast. It became an open source organization in 2020. We created the very first big project of the Schrödinger Hat, which is Image Gone Art.
Yeah, in September of 2020.
In September of 2020. Yeah. And after that, we thought, well, this open source project is really nice. We need to share with more people that we can get. So we build our website, we build the website for ImageGonor, we ask people, hey, do you know ImageGonor, what it is? And people say, like you, no, what is it? So we needed to explain it. We did then some conferences, not together, but I did some conference to promote the project. So we are in 2021, because before no one was doing any kind of conference. And after a while that I did some remote conferences, I asked myself, and I asked to you, Gabby, what if we are the organizer of a conference in Florence? Because, you know, in Florence, yes, there are kind of meetups, local communities, but they are very little, with not so much resources as we are now. And so it was kind of a challenge. And we ended up with the madness idea of building up the first ever open source day by Schrödinger in Florence in a COVID era.
After the COVID
I mean, it still
lockdown,
was.
yeah.
It still was. So 50% of capacity in a room with all the masks, all the things that you need to do in the COVID era. And it was fun.
It was fun.
It wasn't.
After that event, we didn't talk each other.
Just to clarify, you did not talk after the event. You hated each other.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, lovely.
We start again talking each other, I think, after 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Maybe 3, I don't remember.
Yeah, we use a third person as a proxy, like a gateway.
It's
Literally.
real. it's real.
Literally. And after that, we said, well, imagine, with just 1,000 euro, sponsored by Samsung, I remember. So, round of applause for Samsung as the first sponsor.
Samsung for sponsoring the first sponsorship. Woo! Samsung Internet.
Yeah, that's right.
First and the only one.
And the only one. And Sticker Mule. Wait, Sticker Mule. That is still supporting us. That's great. So after that, we ask ourselves, you know, in just 1 month, we realized this little conference, 50 people in person and 100 people online. So 150 if you want to do the math. And we ask ourselves, what if we are more into the organization side? And so we ask to the people on LinkedIn.
Worst mistake ever.
And that story, Lorenzo came in, Davide came in, Nicola came in.
Yeah, about Nick. Have you seen him? Where is Nick? Could we have Nick on stage? I haven't seen him all
Let's
day.
get it.
Come here.
Nicola.
Come on.
Come on, Nick.
We need to do some
Come
chant
on.
here. Nick.
Can you all look
Nick.
at Nicola to make him
Nick.
feel uncomfortable, please? All right. Well, are you coming? No, he's not. Okay. Well, Nicola really helped, right?
Yeah. I think the last edition in the 2023, if he didn't join us, I don't think the conference stayed taking place. He did a great job.
He did. He really, well, you all did, really. Davide as well, Patho, whom is leaving us for Munich tomorrow. So, yeah, that's one thing.
Andre,
Angela. Well, everyone.
Lorenzo, not you.
Yes, the other Lorenzo. Julia. Oriana, whom is in the other room, I think. Agatha as well.
Mattia.
So Marta as well.
Marta.
Right? So many people helping. That's the whole spirit, right? That's all it takes. And I'm guessing, like, this. Why did we want to create this year in review thing? Because I think it's fair that as organizers of conferences and a collective of people caring about open source and communities, we're also true to ourselves, right? And we show for real what it takes, because it's hard. It is hard, right? And so my question is, well, I'm gonna go for an affirmation here, and then I'm gonna ask the question. The affirmation being, I am very tired right now, and I've been very tired for the past few months. Now, how have you guys been feeling in the past few months? Stressed, okay, that's a
Tired,
good word.
As you.
Exhausted. So is these bad feelings all it takes to create a hopefully wonderful event, as I hope it is, here? Does it take bad stuff to create good stuff, I wonder? It's interesting, right?
That's a philosophical question.
So philosophical, so much us. Yeah, but
I don't know,
it's not
but
all bad, right?
I would like to ask how many from the people in this room are ever organize a conference or a meetup?
Raise of hands. Okay, that's good numbers. That's really good numbers.
So you know the
Why
pain.
are you raising your hands? Those are really good numbers, though.
So I believe that those people that raise the hand, I believe they know what it takes to create something from nothing, actually. And to create a community, to create some values, to create some principles, dreams.
Yeah, and by the way, let me add, if there are people that never did it but are interested in doing it, we're very open to talk about this. In fact, this is a good excuse to make more community, more networks. So just ask us or any of the other people that raised their hands, not those people, bad people. But yeah, that would be fun.
Last year we had several other meetups and session. We call it session.
Sessions. So that's the thing, I guess. Remember 2023, Schrödinger had Open Source Day 2023, the bigger event, right? And which was smaller than this one, actually. One day, 12 speakers, was it? Probably, right?
Yeah, totally 12, but 10 sessions.
Yeah, 12.
Okay, 10 sessions with 12 speakers. Okay, so some doubles. We were so hyped in the first week that we took it upon ourselves to do a non-official document of Desiderata, of I Dream to Be, which had a 5-year plan. And for every year, we would define what growth meant for the community and for the collective. How did that document go for the first year?
Well, you know, I remember that at some point we had this word, Africa. We are not there, so we failed.
But yeah, I mean, we failed. Now, that's a good, strong word there, failure. How does everyone feel about the word? Words are powerful. They bring meaning and sentiment and feeling to themselves. So how does everyone feel about failure as a word? It's a strong word, right? How would you feel about telling yourself, this thing was a failure? Not good, right? Hopefully not good. That would be weird. But the good thing is that you don't need to feel good about failures per se, but beginning to feel good about, having a few failures. That's the whole thing. Because you can fail, it's human. That's how we learn. That's how our biological neural networks do things. So for now, we're still better than the thing we talked previously about. So hopefully that's how we learn things. And failure helped us to realize what we really wanted, right?
And what we really wanted?
Pizza.
Okay.
I thought the whole thing was about pizza. It's not?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe we managed to reserve a table for tonight for a pizza.
That's the whole thing.
Is that?
It's just an after party idea. No, jokes aside.
We also enjoyed
yeah,
all of this.
Yeah, of course, we're talking about the bad stuff now because the good stuff is later. As usual, as a crescendo, like music would have it. So after the hype for 2023 conference, we had what, sessions?
Yeah, sessions.
What are those?
Those are kind of little events, so tiny, so stressful, all around Italy. So Milan, Verona, Florence.
Thank you, Davide, for taking. Well, he took care of Verona by himself. Fucking hero.
An
that
applause
guy.
for that.
Yeah.
Pisa as well.
Pisa as well, yeah.
And it was stressful. We managed also to create a workshop, again for free for everyone.
Yeah, everything
Anywhere.
has to be free. Don't even start talking about money. Money is just to be spent, but not to be collected. That's the thing.
Yeah, that's the key part of us. Like, we don't care about money,
Well, I mean-
except for I mean, we don't have a revenue from being in Schrödinger. We are just doing that as a free time and passion things. And that's basically the love story behind this. And that's why we are here, basically. And after the sessions, the latest was in December, I believe, in Verona, with no one almost, because it was December, man. And so in December, we started to think, well, you know, we need to organize also the Open Source Day 24, the third edition, the biggest one ever realized in the Schrödinger hat community. And we already announced it. So LinkedIn, you were already probably reserved the tickets since October. Like we had like 100 tickets already reserved in early January. And then at the end of January, no, not at the end, at the mid of January, we had a meeting on Discord on our channel between admins. So me, Gabri, Lore, Davide, Nick, and so on. Talking about, you know, open source is great, as always will be. It sounds like a socialism, but it's not. And we ended up to talk about Open Source Day on this date. And we ended up talking about, let's cancel it. Don't do it. Let's say to the world, we were just joking, we are not going to do it. And that was serious. All these 2 days, like nothing happened. How would you express this? How would you realize that something that you worked for the past, I don't know, 6 months?
Yeah, just back down. Don't do it.
And that's what was real.
Yeah.
And so how do you think we reacted to that?
How did you feel about that, Gabri?
Right now?
No, not right now. Now it's a good time. Like before, that point in time.
I think I was really angry about, I think, myself, because if today was not an option, I think the last 3 months that we organized everything, it was trash, I don't know.
Yeah, like a lot of time.
Yeah.
In a way.
Yeah. And hungry, and I don't know. I was fear about going out and said that no open source this year, and but did not happen.
That's good, because we're here today. Yeah, and I guess what we can learn from this is that fear is a very, very primeval feeling that as humans we have. Fear of failure, fear of quite a few things. Just to back down a little in time, just to go back in time a little. When second Open Source Day in 2023 was over, we wanted to go for Teatro del Maggio, which has a capacity of 1,200 people. And it costs 25,000 euros a day. So for 2 days conference, that would be 50K. Plus you have to buy some food and drinks and pay for things in general. And with that amount of people, you also have to pay for social services like ambulances and so on, security and all that. So it would have costed us like 80,000 euros almost. And we actually believed we could do it.
I'm really happy that we are not there.
Yeah, really happy we didn't do it. But we really wanted to do it. Like for the first month and a half, Gabri and Nick were just scouting the places, like going round and round, because they wanted to, just do it. What are you, Nike? Stop being Nike, man. But yeah, we learned that it's definitely okay to take a step back, understand what you can achieve at some point in time, and go for it, because no one's going to judge us if we have 400 people instead of 1,000. And that is good. And that is good because I think we switched our mindset when one of our friends at some point told us that we have to make a decision, a choice. do you want to stay the same size and, you know, just be whatever you are, or continue growing, have more numbers, but well, at that point you got to become a little bit more acquainted with politics, let's say. And I think we made our choice. So definitely not acquainted with politics, that's it. We want to remain free and open source in all and every way, and if that means that the event is going to be a little bit smaller than the bigger conferences that there are in Europe and the world in general, be it. We're happy like that. If we manage to grow sustainably, the better, because more people can enjoy actually something beautiful and sustainable as we mean it to be, right?
Right.
So that's the big lesson. So what are we taking home from this? And hopefully you had a good time trying to perceive our feelings in that. What are we taking home? What kind of feelings?
The failure is good.
That failure is good? Yeah, some part of it definitely. Failure can be good. Yeah. Mickey, what do you think?
I believe that we touched the sky, then we went for touching the sun, and we burned.
Yeah, a little bit of Icarus there. Why not? Why not? Could be good. So, with that said, I think this is really the beginning of our story. You know from yesterday that we are becoming real boys with an association now, so we're definitely doing something real here.
Now we can fail for real.
Yeah, now it's a signature thing, so definitely go. But it is just the start of a journey. But the journeys that are just, you know, straightforward are boring as fuck, at least in this kind of scenarios. So hopefully it's going to be a very wide, very interesting, very vertical and horizontal and all things three-dimensional. No, four-dimensional, time as well. Journey for us at Schrödinger Head, and you as friends and community people are going to participate along with us. So thank you for being here again, sharing this part of history of Schrödinger Head. Thank you. That's it, I guess.
Finally.
It's time to start the conference again.
Again.
Right? So,
what
with our potenti mezzi tecnici.
Why we decided to make 2 days?
Thank you, everyone.
Potenti mezzi tecnici. So.
Do you want Gabri? Where are you?
Where is Gabri?
Gabri, do you want to throw a T-shirt? Do you want to throw a T-shirt?
Yes, I think you are.
Okay.
So if you want to do the question part,
Yeah.
Well, it's for later, but first of all, I would like to.
Yeah, sure. Is it on?
Okay, so now that before we continue our beautiful conference, I would like to present to you Sabrina, a dear friend of ours that is also going to be MC alongside with me. So please a round of applause for our friend Sabrina that made 14 hours of bus journey to get here with us today. So thank you, Sabrina, for being here. We really appreciate that so much.
Thank you.
And yeah, I guess now it's time for our friend once he will be ready. How was the trip, Sabrina? Did you have a... was it good? Was the bus good?
Yeah. Actually, I wanted to take a flight from Munich, and yeah, there was a big strike, like no train, no airplane, nothing. So yeah, I went to do my trip on the Flixbus for like 12 hours. And yeah, then I was walking, so yeah. Long journey, yeah, but definitely worth it to be here today.
And you're also going to give a talk later, right?
Yeah, I'm doing a talk. I'm a journalist and diversity trainer and political science, and yeah, Scrum Master, among other things. And yeah, I'm gonna talk about how to find belonging in IT with diversity.
Lovely, thank you. That is gonna be very interesting for everyone. So our speaker, Costa, is getting ready right now. He's wearing the beautiful headset. How was the headset, by the way? How did you feel? Was it good? Okay, volume in the air is very important. I need to learn more tricks for my now long hair as well. So that is something really important. But please, let's welcome on stage Mr. Costa Tsousis. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hey, Costa, how are you feeling? Okay, lovely. So are you ready to give your talk?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so I'll leave it all to you. Go get it.
Wait, give me a second, guys, to fix that thing. Okay. So, guys, I am Costa. I am the founder of Nedata. Nedata is an open source monitoring solution. How many do you know Nedata? Oh, that's great. How many do you use? How many are you developers here? And how many? Great. How many operations? DevOps, SREs. Okay. Do you use other monitoring solutions? Prometheus? Someone? Great. Commercial ones? Dynatrace, Datadog? Okay. That's great. So, guys, to tell you the truth, this thing started because when I get pissed off, I write code. Others go to the gym, but for me, So in 2014, I was migrating some infrastructure from on-prem to the cloud. And everything was fine, but randomly, twice per month or so, we were having a lot of issues. So the entire infrastructure, it was a fintech, it was going in slow motion. No exceptions, no errors, everything worked, but everything was in slow motion. So after spending a couple of millions in monitoring, I built a team of 8 people. I bought every solution, monitoring solution that existed by that time. I had the impression that everything that I had built, these video walls and dashboards and everything I had built was just an illusion. It was just there to make me feel nice, but it couldn't detect anything. So I started thinking, okay, what is wrong? Why is like that? Why it's not real time? Why it doesn't have all the metrics? Why it cannot detect what is happening? Why it's slow? And I started building a monitoring solution. So the monitoring solution that I built it was actually, my intention was not to build, it was an experimentation. So I didn't want to build the monitoring solution. What I wanted is to kill the console. So every time the infrastructure was slow, I had all my developers, 50 people or so, being all the systems trying to figure out why it's slow. So I said, wait a moment, what if instead of having them on the consoles and this SSH to the servers and monitoring all the metrics that they need, can I build something to actually have the same fidelity, the same granularity, all the metrics and everything, and have a history also so that I can see what happened an hour ago? So I started building this tool. This tool is quite different from the traditional monitoring application. So this is an agent, you install it on your systems, but it's a monitoring in a box. So it has all the features. It collects metrics, stores metrics, learns the behavior of metrics with machine learning, checks the metrics with alerts. It has a query engine and a scoring engine, visualization. So everything, everything in an application. You install it on all your servers. To understand the difference, if you install it on an empty VM, you get an empty AWS VM, nothing there, just a Linux box. This is what you're going to get. You're going to get about 250 charts, 3,000 plus metrics, 50 unique alerts on 100 different components. You're going to get a system, a logs explorer, network explorer.
You are going to have unsupervised anomaly detection everywhere, 2 years of retentions with 3 gigabytes of disk space, and it will take about 1% CPU utilization and a little bit above 100 megabytes of RAM. Now, of course, if you use it, it's going to be like this. So these are your servers. You're going to have many dashboards, one on each server. Not very efficient. So we built this. So this allows you to put in a data. It's the same software. Here and there is the same software. You just configure this to stream there. And you have a parent. This is how we call it. And from the parent, you can have all the dashboards and the alert you need. Of course, this allows you to have multiple levels. So this grandparent now. A lot of parents and the grandparent. Now, we stress tested this solution against Prometheus. As you see, we are 1/3 less CPU, half the memory, 10% less bandwidth, almost no disk I/O compared to Prometheus. And the storage footprint is amazing. So you see, in Prometheus, we gave them 2.7 million metrics and 3 terabytes of storage. Prometheus managed to keep 7 days of retention with per second resolution. The data had 10 days of per second resolution, 43 days of per minute resolution, and more than a year of per hour resolution on the same 3 terabytes of storage. In December, University of Amsterdam, by themselves, they did an analysis to find the impact of monitoring solutions on Docker-based systems, on container-based systems. And they said the data is the most energy-efficient tool. Now, this is what happens in CNCF. Nedata is leading the observability category in CNCF. Of course, we're not incubating in CNCF. I didn't want it. The idea with CNCF is that they want, if you incubate, they want to control the roadmap of the project. But I didn't want that. So, but still, Nedata is the most loved, let's say, project in the observability category of CNCF. Now, you understand that if you build a monitoring solution like this, you have a few different kinds of problems. So the first is, OK, you install that thing. It detects your applications, your whatever you have, so that you may have database servers or web servers or message brokers. It will detect everything. It will start collecting metrics. And actually, we don't filter metrics. We collect everything. If something exposes, even if it's a duplicate, even if it is, there are overlaps between the metrics. So everything, and everything in high resolution. Now, this thing presents automatic dashboards. The biggest problem was, OK, how do you build the dashboard? What is a dashboard that is built automatically? What, a list of metrics? Not very useful. So you need to somehow correlate the metrics. You need to somehow give meaning to them. So what we observed is that, you know what, of course, all our infrastructures are different. But wait a moment. We use the same VMs, the same operating systems, the same packaged applications. So a Postgres is a Postgres. Of course, yours has your own data. Mine has my own data. But the health of the Postgres server is the same. The monitoring of the Postgres server is the same. The same for every component. So disks, network interfaces, web servers, database servers, everything is almost the same. Of course, we built, a Lego building. Each company has its own Lego building. But it's the same components. So the idea is that since we all have so much in common, can we come up with the rules to actually have fully automated visualization really out of the box? So this is what we did. We invented the Needle framework. The Needle framework says that, of course, there are metrics and they have labels, but labels have a meaning, have a scope. They are not all labels the same. So reads and writes, for example, you have disks. Reads and writes are dimensions, are not just labels. Or the type of the disk, or the serial number of the disk, or the model of the disk is something that defines the instance of that thing. So the idea is that we started aggregating things, structuring a data model in memory to come up with something that can be easily configurable from us, from the owners, from the developers of the data, in order to provide fully automated visualization. And we came up with this structure. So there is the context. The context allows us to say what the units of a chart or the attributes of a chart, or it's a container, let's say, that includes all the prototypes of how we build a chart. Okay? So all disk throughput charts have the same context. But then there are instances of that thing. So I have 5 disks. So I have 5 instances of it. So what we did is that we put all the dashboard information at the context level. We created alerts that are configured at the context level, but they are applied to instances. So you can say, hey, put this alert on all Samsung disks. Put this alert on all Postgres version 1.2, or on all Postgres. And the thing will do it by itself. Sorry. So this is another view in order to understand how the labels correlate with each other. So the instances have common label values, while the different instances have common label names. So all the disks, for example, have model. But the specific model is common on all the instances of one disk. So the result is that NetData has fully automated visualization, so you just install it. You don't do anything else. You just install it. It has fully automated alerts. And we built, as we will see, the next challenge was how to come up, how to remove the query engine from the query language from that thing. How you can come up with a solution that is also point and click for visualization, for changing the visualization. No, so NetData is a tool that can be installed even mid-crisis. So you have a problem, you don't have a monitoring, you install NetData, alarms will fire up, it will tell you what is wrong by itself. The query language. Now, the query language is the most challenging thing of any monitoring solution. The biggest problem is the following. OK, you have a metric. How you can explain to people what this metric represents? Which sources contribute data to it? How much different dimensions it has? That's one challenge. And the second is, OK, what the guy wants. How he wants to visualize this. All monitoring solutions struggle with this. So what we did is the following. This is a data chart. It looks like a chart. Nothing fancy. There is an info button that tells you what the chart is, but this is where the fun begins. So the first thing is that there is an anomaly ribbon. This anomaly ribbon shows where anomalies are. This is from machine learning. The second thing is that we added this needle bar. We call this the needle bar. So this allows you to see immediately what happens with the chart. So it says this chart is coming from 7 nodes, 115 applications. It has 2 dimensions and 33 labels, 32 labels. And the fun part is that when you click this, you have all this information. So you can filter, you can see which instances, how many instances contribute to it, how many time series contribute to it. The volume, so 16% of this chart, of the volume of the chart, comes from Bangalore. The anomaly rate of each node, and the minimum, average, and maximum values of each node. Now, you understand that this is only for nodes. You can do the same for applications, for dimensions, for labels. So all the drop-downs have the same similar information. Then we said, OK, we solved the problem of slicing, so people can just click and slice on a label, or slice or filter on a dimension or an instance or whatever. How do we dice? How do we pivot? It's a cube, eh? How do you do this? And this is what we came up with. So you say, OK, this is the group by, the first menu. It shows you all the possible group bys. You can select as many as you want. And you say, OK, group by dimension, and then by device type. And you see here that device types are physical and virtual, and you see what happens here together. So the end result is this. Reads physical, reads virtual, virtual, writes physical, writes virtual. So you can slice and dice without a query engine from the UI. And it's pretty simple. Now, we also added this, it was before, this info ribbon. You see it? It's an info ribbon here. This info ribbon is this. Now, this shows that some of the dimensions do not have data. There may be other numbers, other annotations here, like a counter overflown, rounded up. So this is, do you remember my original problem, the infrastructure that was slowing down? Do you know what it was? So the cloud provider was doing maintenance on the VMs, on the hosts of the VMs. So they were freezing the VMs for small intervals. A second here, 2 seconds there, something like this. But it happened across the infrastructure, so the whole thing was going in slow motion. Nedata figured it out because of this, because it was missing data collection points. For most of the, if you go to Grafana, Grafana just smooths the thing. So it connects the dots. All monitoring, actually, we're building a blog where we test Dynatrace, Datadog, Grafana Cloud, Instana, and Nedata. And what we found out is that only Nedata and Instana managed to detect freezes of the VMs. For all the others, you freeze the VM, nothing happens. You click play again, nothing. They just connect the dots. For Instana and Nedata, this is a gap. So this way, we managed to find bugs at the cloud provider side. And also, this allowed us to find top-of-rack switch issues on their networking equipment, again with Nedata. So what we accomplished here is that we managed to remove the need for a query language. This is the great success. No need for a query language. You just slice and dice all data on fully automated dashboards without learning anything. You just point and click. The next challenge was machine learning. Now, this is an interesting presentation from Google. It was in 2019. So what they said, Google said, is that, you know what, we gathered all the SREs of Google, and we asked them, OK, what you want to achieve with machine learning? And they tried it. They put it on a lab and tried to do it. And they failed. every idea was just a failure. Just machine learning couldn't do what they wanted. So in the data, we try to do something different. The first thing is that we try to understand what can we get. Okay, let's assume that we train machine learning models for all the metrics. Are they good? Can they be used for something? So in order for machine learning is noisy, so it has false positives. It says, oh, this is an outlier. No, it's not. But it's random. How you remove the noise? So we ended up, in order to remove the noise, we ended up training 18 different models, machine learning models, per metric. Now, once we had these 18 machine learning models, then we adapted the data collection engine. At the time it collects something, so per second, it goes there and says, OK, is this sample that I just collected an outlier for these 18 models that you have? And it takes a true or false. Yes, it is. No, it's not. All 18 models have to agree that something is an anomaly for Nedata to consider it an anomaly. What Nedata does then is that it stores this anomaly bit, just a bit. It stores it in the database. So together with the samples, you have anomaly bits. This allowed us to query anomalies. So you can go to the past and say, hey, you know what? Tell me the anomaly rate yesterday about this metric, from that time to that time. As the models were at that time, because the models shift. And what we do then is the following. This is what we noticed, guys. This is very interesting. So once we built this and we had all these anomalies, okay, we removed all the noise and everything worked, then we realized the following. Anomalies happen in clusters. It's not just a metric. So the disk is slow, the throughput of the disk gets anomalous, the I/O operations of the disk get anomalous, the database server gets anomalous, the CPU goes down, so it gets anomalous, the network goes anomalous. And what we realized then is that, wait a moment, if you see this across the infrastructure, across multiple nodes, then it still happens in clusters. So one server gets anomalous, and moments later, another server gets anomalous, which is very interesting. So what we did there is that we created a node anomaly score. I think we said this. I will explain more. So a node level anomaly score, and we created also a tool, a special tool for that. So to understand how it works, this is a data dashboard. Nothing fancy. There is a node selector at the top and several charts, one below the other, in sections. Here are all the sections. So at the press of the button, you press that AR button there, Nedata gives you the anomaly rate per section, so you can see where your anomalies are. This is for the time frame you are looking at. So if you go yesterday, this is about yesterday. I told you about the host anomaly rate, and this is how it looks. So we created this tool. This is a multi-node tool. It's a lot of nodes, and here is the percentage of metrics anomalous per node. Now look what happened here. One server is very anomalous, 10% of the metrics got anomalous, but look at the others, 5%. Look what happened there. One server influenced the other. Now, what we built with this tool is that you can highlight an area. You can say, OK, for this area, and the data gives you a sorted list of all the metrics across all the nodes. So the idea with this is that your aha moment should be in the first 20, 30 entries. So instead of speculating how troubleshooting happens for most monitoring systems, you speculate. You see the database server or you see the web server being slow, and you start saying, okay, let's assume that it is the database server. Go validate it. Oh, it's not. Let's assume it's the web server. Go validate it. Let's assume it's the DNS. Go validate it. What we change with this is to flip it. Instead of speculating, you press the button, you see a sorted list of what's anomalous, and the idea is that your aha moment should be there. What? The disks did that? The database did that? We flipped it. The good thing with Nedata is that this is unsupervised. So you don't need to do anything. It just works. It learns from the behavior of the metrics. You don't need to tell it what is good and what is bad, which is a great benefit. It just works. And it's another attribute of your metrics, of course. And it can detect node-wide or infrastructure-wide across the board. Next challenge. The next challenge, we delayed with this. We started working on logs this year, 23, last year. Logs is a beast. And we had built our own log management solution. But this summer, when I realized the beauty of Systemd Journal, I dropped our own logs management and we switched to Systemd Journal. So let's see why. What makes Systemd Journal so unique? Systemd Journal, the first, is everywhere. So you use it today, even if you don't know it, even if you are not aware that it is there, you use it today. The second is that the Systemd Journal is secure by design. So if you go to a compliance officer and you give him the specs of Systemd Journal, he will say, OK, we have it. That's it. It does the job. Is unique in which area? Most of the log management solutions struggle with cardinality. How many labels you're going to put? How many data sources you have? They struggle. What are you going to index? Systemd Journal is the only logs management solution that doesn't care. So every log line can have its own unique fields with its own unique values. Every log line, which is amazing. It's the only system, as a developer, since you are developers here, imagine this. On every log line, you can put as much information you want to annotate it, the state, the internal state of the application, the source required that you were executing, whatever imaginable, you can just annotate it, the full stack if you want, the full stack of your application. OK, I reached that point, it's an error condition, take the full stack, take a dump of the data, take this, take that, doesn't matter. And the thing will index everything. Of course, it needs space, but it will index everything. Now, when I realized this, I said, wait a moment. This is unique. This is amazing. All people have it. It's secure by design. It's fault-tolerant by design. And it indexes everything. What else can you ask? So what we did is the following. This is the Nedata UI. This is how it looks. So it has all the fields, thousands probably of fields that you can filter with counters everywhere, full text search there, a chart with a distribution of the logs, etc. But look what happened. It is slow. Yes, it was. We submitted patch to Systemd to make it 14 times faster. So we fixed it for Systemd. The second is that it lacks integrations. How can I put an Nginx access file, access log into it? So we created all the tools to do it. So Nedata gives you all the tools to actually push your logs, your text file logs, JSON, log format, even extract fields from other text file logs, whatever. We created the tools to actually tail log and push everything into systemd journal. And the key weakness, of course, is storage. So you need more space, disk space, for this. But with this, I think that we accomplished another mission, to make logs easy and affordable for everyone. And you know, this is the beauty of Nedata. Nedata, you install it, and you don't need to do much. Just use it. So focus on your job. Dashboards are there, alarms are there, logs are there, just use it. And this is the last challenge. Do I have time? I don't have time. Should I stop? I can skip this. Yeah. 3 minutes, okay. So the next challenge is about other stuff that we believe that are, you know, observability is more than logs, metrics, and traces. If you go, for example, to Datadog, they have an amazing process explorer and an amazing network explorer. These are neither of the others. It's not logs, it's not metrics, it's not traces. So in order to fix that and generalize this idea and make it powerful, we did the following. So every one of our plugins, so every node runs hundreds of plugins, of course, in order to collect data. So every plugin exposes functions. If it is a Postgres, it says, hey, I can give you a list of the slow queries. I can query Postgres. I'm connected to Postgres because I collect metrics. So I can get the list of slow queries and give them to you. So we started building functions, and we made the whole ecosystem to pass through. So you talk to a grandparent, and the grandparent will figure it out how to come there, ask for this information, get it back, give it to you on the dashboard. So this way, this is, for example, sockets. As you see, these are sockets. And we came up with a visualization that says public interfaces there, private there, clients and servers. And this is live. So you see the bubbles moving as the network changes. So, of course, we integrate it everywhere. The last slide, our monetization strategy. Everything is open source. You can use it for free. We have a SaaS offering that complements Nedata. So if we go a little bit back, oops, sorry, on this slide, there you can have Nedata Cloud, or here you can have Nedata Cloud. So you don't need to centralize metrics yourself. We can have a service that helps you accomplish that. So we monetize on there. Role-based access and all this kind of stuff that people in businesses need. That's it. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. If anyone has a question or two, we only have a few minutes left, like for a very quick review and very few questions. Ah, there is someone.
I will bring it.
Oh, he's running faster.
Okay, there we have it. Sorry.
Hello. Thanks for the talk. Very interesting. I'm curious to understand how it can detect strange spikes when there is some kind of seasonalities. So I can think of a lot of applications that doesn't have a stable traffic during the day, but maybe has some peaks during the day, pitfall during the night. So it's able to identify this kind of events.
So what we are interested is about the transitions. It's a k-means model. It's not our code. It's the standard k-means model. What we do is that we feed 6 hours of data to it, so it learns the transitions. It understands that, OK, this metric can go from this value to that value, and then to that value, and then to the other value. So it can detect. There is a blog post on our site that describes the different kinds of detections that it can do. It can detect seasonality because it learns the transitions the metrics do. that from this value it can go there and then there and then there. It can detect strange steps, gaps, up or down, sudden up or down. It can detect that a metric that goes like this suddenly is flat. Oops. Again, this is not normal, because it goes like that all the time. So it's a standard algorithm, the way we do it. The 18 models that we do now, we train 6 hours. Every model has 6 hours of data, and we train one model every 3 hours. So it learns 2 days. It learns the last 2 days. It needs to forget, because it is unsupervised. If an anomaly happens, we want it to forget it after a couple of days. But now we are adding configuration so that you can say, hey, you know what, instead of 18 models of the last 2 days, I want models for Mondays, for Tuesdays, for Wednesdays. Or I want for the first day of the month. So allow people to configure this in order to be better for their patterns. Okay?
I think we have another question. We can take just another one, sorry.
Yeah, thanks for the talk. So I had a question about the Needle framework and clustered applications. So if I have, for instance, Cassandra, a distributed database with nodes running 2 different versions, I guess the dimension would be Cassandra and the label would be some version?
Yes, so if it is Kubernetes, for example, we collect a lot of labels from Kubernetes. What Nedata can do is that, look, it monitors every instance. So you have 5 Cassandras. Okay, then every instance is monitored by itself. Okay? But then what we do at the visualization level is that we can aggregate this stuff.
Yeah, that was the question. Essentially, if I have, or like 10 pods or 20 pods for the same microservice, can I correlate metrics and logs throughout the whole global service using
that's
this
the
definition?
idea. Yes.
And that could work at the parent level, I guess.
So look how it works. At the parent level, the parent has a copy of all the data. So the children push the data to the parent. So the parent is autonomous. Okay? But then we had the problem that all monitorings have. How do you scale? Okay, I give it to the parent the biggest machine possible, and still it's not enough. How do you scale? What we did then is we said, okay, on a data cloud, if you have multiple parents, or not parents, just independent servers, the data cloud can aggregate at runtime, at query time. So it will query the parents, get the responses, aggregate them to one uniform chart, and give it to you. You get it?
But if the pod is dead, I guess you still need a copy of the data because it won't be able to reach the node. But that's a separate question. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And if you need to continue with the questions, please do take Costa time for that, because before you go away, I would like to give you this very wonderful Shorty trophy. Thank you for being
Thank you very much.
champion, Costa. And thank you for your speech. Big round of applause
Thank you,
for
guys.
Costa. Thank you. Thank you. So now it is about time that our friend and also returning champion, Federico Terzi, joins us on stage. Another applause for Federico. Thank you.
Hi, everyone.
Ciao, Federico. How are you?
I'm great. Glad to be back. How are you? Are you still alive? Yes? No? I hope you are.
Fearless replication. I am already very much in fear now.
Yeah,
Oh
me
my
too.
God. Fearless replication.
Okay, give me a sec.
So, the last time, 2023, he gave his first talk ever here at Open Source Day. And now he's an international speaker, so that's it. There you have it.
Wow.
So, Federico, grace us with knowledge, please. Thank you.
Thank you. So, give me a second. So, it's on the right. So, I'm going to put it on the right. Good. And here we go. Well, almost. We'll work with this. So, hey everyone. Today we're going to talk about replication using CRDTs. Raise your hand if you ever heard of CRDTs. Okay, so 3 hands, that's good. We're going to cover what CRDTs are. And before we start, very short presentation. I'm Federico. I'm currently working as a software architect at Anima. And in my free time, I love creating side projects and also writing technical content. So let's start with a small story. So let's say that you wanted to write notes 26 years ago, and you happen to have a Windows computer. Now, chances are you used the Windows 98 Notepad. Now, raise your hand if you ever used the Notepad in your life. Okay, so pretty much all of you. As you know, the Notepad is pretty bare bones in terms of features. You can read files, you can write files, and that's pretty much it. But what happens with the Notepad is when you write some notes inside it, they get written as files on your hard drive. And if you look at it from a higher level perspective, what happens is your notes are stored locally on your machine. As the years went by, the need for collaboration grew more and more, and so we kind of needed to access our notes on multiple machines so that people could collaborate. And when mobile phones became a thing, this problem became even more significant, and now we expect all of our data to be available at all times on all of our devices. And that caused a shift in paradigm, because the data went from our local machines to some centralized servers. And with this model, we have, as you know, a central authority that owns the data and that kind of coordinates with a number of clients. And this model allowed a level of collaboration that we all know, and it's been amazing. But it also comes with some significant trade-offs. The first one is speed. It's significantly faster to access data on our local drive than on some remote servers. And have you ever used both Obsidian and Notion? Raise your hand if you ever used both. Now, in terms of responsiveness, the difference is quite significant. And that's because Obsidian reads local files. And because our data with those centralized services resides on some company's servers, you have a dependency on an internet connection, which means if you're traveling, if you're on an airplane, you're either stuck or you see the loading spinner of death, which is a terrible UX. And finally, you don't own your data anymore. The companies now own your data. And if you think about it, the humble Notepad does not suffer from any of these problems. It's incredibly fast, it works offline without a problem, and it also lets you own your own data. Of course, it has other problems. So what I would like to discuss today is kind of a question. Can we have the best of both worlds? Can we have applications that are fast, that work offline, and also let you retain the ownership on your data, while also synchronizing between devices and allowing easy collaboration? The answer is yes, and those applications are called local-first applications. Now, this is not a talk about local-first applications. If you're interested, I highly recommend the localfirstweb.dev website. It's amazing. But in a nutshell, local-first applications are applications that write your data locally, so you can work on it offline, they are very fast, but they also have a technology that allows you to easily collaborate and synchronize your data across devices. So local-first applications offer a great UX. So why don't most companies choose this model when creating applications? The first one is a business reason. Companies actually love the fact that they own your data because they can force you into buying subscriptions or sell your data to advertisers. The second reason is more technical, and it is that it's more complex to create local-first applications. Think about it. In a centralized architecture, typical service, you have a central authority that decides what can happen or not happen on your system. So imagine you're building a ticket bucketing system. The server can decide what is right and what is wrong. So if two users try to book the same ticket, the system can use transactions or log to say, no, you cannot do that. But in a local-first application, what really happens is a multi-master architecture, which means that every time you write something, the thing gets written to the local replica, and only eventually things synchronize and you get the conflict. And that's a lot harder to deal with. For that reason, some techniques were developed to make handling those conflicts a lot easier. Conflict-free replicated data types, or CRDTs in short. What are CRDTs? CRDTs, quoting Wikipedia's, are data structures that are replicated across machines in a network. Imagine you have a CRDT on your phone, one on your laptop, and one on some server, okay? And these data structures have three main features. The first one is that applications can update the data on the replica independently, without coordination and concurrently, which means I'm flying on a plane, I write some notes on my phone, those notes get saved on the replica on my phone, and then an algorithm, which is part of a data structure, solves all the inconsistencies that might occur between these writes, and although at each moment in time the replicas can have different states, they are guaranteed to eventually converge. So if I am on my phone, I write my notes on my plane, when I land and I have an internet connection, CRDTs guarantee that the replica converge, all without you worrying about it. What I like to think about it, imagine a map is a data structure that we all use daily. A map exposes some operation like get, set, remove, maps. What you can do with CRDTs is get a CRDT version of that data structure that exposes the same operations of a map while also implementing all the complex logic of synchronization and replication, which is very powerful. So today we're going to talk about building a very bare-bone CRDT from scratch in JavaScript, because, it was the most popular language. I would have done it in Rust if it was for me. Okay, so I'm assuming that all of you know what sets are. For the sake of this talk, we will worry about three operations: add, which adds an element, has, to check if an element exists, and delete, to delete an element. But because we are building a CRDT set, we also have the merge operation, which is one of the ways CRDTs can work. The merge operation, the way it works is quite simple. So let's say we have two replicas with elements AB and BC, okay? Now, don't worry how and when. Replica 2 sends its entire state to Replica 1. Replica 1 can then call merge on this state, and then Replica 1 now have the merge state. That's it, the merge operation. So let's start step by step. We'll create an add-only CRDT set first, which, no surprise, it's just a set that does not allow for deletions. I'm going to define a class in JavaScript called CRDT add-only set. And as you can see, it's pretty simple. I just declare an element in JavaScript, which is a JavaScript set. And then I expose two operations, add and has, we just call the set operations. And then we're going to implement the merge operation of our CRDT, which, again, as I said before, you receive the remote state of the other replica. You just iterate through all the elements, and you add them to the local replica. That's as easy as that. So let's see it in action. I am replica 1. I decide to add an element, let's say C. So I add it. Then at some point, replica 1 and replica 2 synchronize, and now replica B has all the elements. And eventually, all the replicas get to the same state. You, as a developer, did not need to worry about any of these in a production scenario, because the CRDT handles all of this complexity. Now, here's when things start to get very interesting. So let's say we create an add-only set, right? But in many cases, you do want to remove elements. Let's say you are building a grocery tracking application, and you want to add things to buy, but after buying them, you want to remove them, right? So let's try to see how we can implement the remove operation. The first attempt we do is just calling the delete operation of our set. And let's see how it goes. So I am replica 1, okay, and I just bought my element C, which stands for, I don't know, cabbage. And then we synchronize between replica 2 and replica 1. What do you think will happen now? I'll give you a few seconds to think about it. Any idea? That's correct. C comes back. So imagine you have your grocery list, you delete an element, And then as soon as your phone synchronizes to the server, your elements comes back to life. That's terrible, right? That's not what we wanted. So we need to find a more robust way to model deletions. And a first approach, which might be non-intuitive, is to use 2 sets instead of 1. We'll use 1 set to keep track of the elements we add, and 1 set for the elements that we remove. So try to follow me for a sec. So this is our set, and I want to add elements A and B. I'm going to add them to elements. Then I decide to delete element B. What I'm going to do is just add it to the removals. And then what I can do is define my set as the difference. I can say my set is the elements minus the removals, okay? So let's see it in action. Oh, this is the code. So one of the nice things about CRDTs, as you can see, is that now we define our set, not as JavaScript sets anymore, but as our previous CRDT add-only set. One of the nice things about CRDTs is that they can be composed quite nicely, and that's an amazing property. So again, 2 sets. Our add operation just adds the element to our set. The remove operation just adds the element to the removal. And then the has operation is where you get the most interesting part. An element exists if it's not removed and if it's in the elements, okay? Anyway, all the code is available if you're interested afterwards. And then the merge operation just calls the add-only set merge operations. So again, composability works quite nicely here. Let's see it in action. Again, I'm replica 1. I delete element C, and after I synchronize, element C disappears from replica 2, which is great, right? But it's still not perfect. It has 2 big problems. The first one is that once you remove an element, there's no way to add it back. We added it to the removal set, and now it's removed forever. And if you think about it, again, grocery tracking application, after 2 or 3 weeks after you bought something, you might want to buy it again. So we need a way to add the element back. And then, which is perhaps even more worrying, although we are logically removing the elements, the size of our data structure keeps growing over time. So let's try to tackle the first one. Our problem, the one that we had before, is that we defined our set as the difference between elements and removal. So the removals always take priority, okay? But if you think about it, if you really think about it, when you have an element that is both in the elements and removals, the fact that it exists or not should depend on the order. Think about it. If I remove an element after adding it, then it's okay that the element doesn't exist. But if I add an element after removing it, it means that the element should exist. The addition should take priority. So we need a way to determine the operation ordering. And so what we try to do is we add timestamps, okay? Instead of having 2 sets, we will have 2 maps in which the keys are the elements and the value is the time. So if I have a set with A, B elements, as you can see from the right, I try to remove element A, and that just means adding a new entry A in the removals. And if I want to add it back, I just update the time on A. And don't be scared about this code. It's quite simple. It's the same case as before, but if an element exists in both additions and removals, we just check the time. If the time of the addition is greater than the removal, the addition should take priority. And then we get to one of the best parts of this talk, in my opinion, in terms of interestingness. So what we did here, if you study distributed system or you read about the topic, is not ideal because we basically use timestamps to determine the operations ordering, okay? And in a distributed system, using timestamps, physical timestamps, is very tricky. So let's see why. It's very interesting. So if we have all of our devices, phones, laptops, can keep track of time thanks to a device called the clock. And this clock, we are not going into details, but these clocks are not very precise. So what happens is that your phone might have a slightly different notion of time than your computer. And to give an example, this is a picture of my car's clock. Now, my car is quite old. It doesn't have Bluetooth or internet connectivity. So what happens is that after I set the time, after a few weeks, it goes off by 1 or 2 minutes. Have you ever had, raise your hand if you ever had a time some clock that goes out of sync after a while. Did it ever happen? Yeah, it's quite common, right? But my phone never goes out of sync. My phone is always on time. So does that mean that my phone has an amazing clock that my car doesn't? No, the reason is a thing called the network time protocol. Basically, it turns out that every internet-connected device periodically synchronizes with NTP servers to synchronize their clock. So if your device is connected to the internet, your clock will be fairly precise. But quoting one of the best software engineering books ever written, Designing Data-Intensive Applications, this process can fail on a lot of cases. So for example, let's say you have a server and you set up the firewall. What if you misconfigure the firewall so that it blocks NTP synchronization? You will not notice right away. The server will keep on working because it doesn't explode if the time is slightly off, and it will accumulate, potentially for months, an error that after a while will be minutes. Or the other reason, it was so fun when I read it. Do you remember 15, 20 years ago, it was very common to have shareware software that had trial periods. Maybe you could use the software for free for, I don't know, 2 weeks. I never did it myself, but I know people that, put the time of their machine back to keep using the software. Of course, none of you ever done that, we know. But if you think about it, if you build your application to run on user machines, you can't really rely on the fact that the clocks are correct. So a solution, and that's the fun part. So, okay, you cannot rely on the fact that time is correct, but what's the problem? Like, what's the worst that can happen? So let's go back in our example. Let's say that now, for some reason, the clock of my machine is way off into the future, and I decide to remove element A. As we saw before, I add a new element, A, but as you can see, the year is 2099, so way in the future. Then, because this is a distributed data structure, it gets replicated on other replicas, and then maybe the day after, another replica decides to add element A again. So it adds a new entry on the top. But the entry A does not come back. And why is that? Because we do the comparison between timestamps. Element A will not be restorable for the next 70 years, which is a fancy way to say that we corrupted our database, okay? You really don't want, the single thing that you don't expect from a data structure or database is that it corrupts or loses your data, right? So you have to be careful. Version vectors are a possible solution for this, but we don't have time to talk about them. So I will point you to some resources in the end if you're interested. For the second problem, the fact that our set keeps growing over time, this is a very tricky problem in CRDTs. CRDTs, as we saw before, need to keep track of deletions so that they can synchronize them across replicas. And that deletion metadata is usually called tombstones. Tombstones have the very bad problem that they tend to accumulate over time. And so your data structure can become very large. So some CRDTs have a process called garbage collection, similarly to memory-managed languages. And one of the ways you can do a garbage collection in an easy way is if you can get a consensus of replicas. To give you an example, this is the situation we saw before, so not the wrong time one, but the good time one. So here you can see that the set only has element B, because the removal time is greater than the addition time of A. Now, if all replicas in your system know that A was deleted, then there's no point in keeping it. So if all replicas agree that element A has been deleted, you can just pop element A away, and basically you garbage collect the fact that A has been deleted. The problem, and that's problematic, is that you need consensus to do that. And one of the nice things about CRDTs is that you do not need consensus. Is that I have my phone on an airplane, I can write and keep using the application, and then eventually it will synchronize with other devices. That's one of the powerful things. So there are other approaches for garbage collections, but they all come with trade-offs. So I would suggest you to read more, and I'll be happy to point you to some resources if you're interested. Okay, now today we talked about the CRDT set, but CRDT semantics can be applied to a lot of different data structures. And the nice thing about CRDTs is that they can be composed. So for example, you can take a CRDT list and a CRDT set and create a CRDT JSON. With a CRDT JSON, you have an object that you can manipulate. It's a regular JSON. And then the CRDT implements all the magic to replicate and synchronize this JSON across replicates. So you can have an application which literally just writes to a JSON, and then the CRDTs worries about synchronizing it with other phones, with laptops, with servers, and so on. If you want to use CRDTs in production today, two very good libraries are YJS and Automerge, which both implement a lot of CRDTs types, but also, including the JSON, but also a CRDT for text editing. So how many of you have ever used Google Docs? I assume most of you. Good, you're still alive. With CRDTs, you can build collaborative text experiences. And in fact, it's one of the main use cases of YJS. If you want to build a Google Docs-like application, that's a good option. I also started a blog series on CRDTs called Understanding CRDTs, in which I go a lot more in details on these topics. So if you're interested, you can go to my blog. And also, all the code is available on GitHub. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Federico. Thank you. That was very interesting and lots of stuff to learn. Not a lot of people use the CRDTs, right? That wasn't like
yeah, it's very niche. It's very niche.
It is, but I mean, it's a very interesting technology. So
it is.
How many of you will try to use it at some point? Raise of hand. But did you know already about them? Lower your hand. Okay, so that's good, actually. You got at least 15 people in your new crew. That's a good thing.
I should start collecting royalties on CRDTs.
Yeah, you should. You definitely should, because we're not in this for the money. But we kind of are. So, Federico, thank you very much. This is your second trophy. Thank you again.
I'll put it on the side of the other one. Thank you.
Great, lovely. And before we go away, thank you, of course.
Thank you.
Before we go away, are there any questions for my friend Federico? Yes, we have.
Okay.
Please be nice, Gabriele.
No,
please.
I just want to congratulations for the talk. I mean...
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Can you do it as a question, though?
No, I just want to say public
do
congratulations.
I want to congratulate you on the talk? Now, that's how you should have done it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Any real questions? Yes, that guy over there.
Hi. First of all, thank you for your pitch. It was very, very, very interesting. I was working... can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I was kind of exploring this topic months ago because I was trying to write a Markdown collaborative editor because we need to put to use Markdown documents so we can publish for ebooks. And I was exploring CRDT. What I noticed is that it can be very heavy on a communication standpoint. So if you have to open a WebSocket because the classic REST connection may be too slow, the payload may be too big. Are there ways, in your opinion, to reduce these payloads?
Of course.
Having an efficient format for that.
Absolutely. So if we go inside these two alternatives, did you try any of the two?
No, I was kind of working from the ground up because I wanted to learn the concepts.
Okay, that's a brave choice. Okay, so with an application, with a library like YJS and Automerge, they went out of their way to make it as efficient as possible. In terms of overhead, in YJS, you don't have much more overhead in network communication compared to the approach that Google Docs used, which is called operational transforms, which is completely different. So I would definitely say for collaborative text editing, they can be used. The major problem is that you, as I said before, you have the problem of deletions, right? So if your documents are going to be stored for years and edited daily for years, you might accumulate some additional metadata compared to existing solutions. But if you use them as a regular document, there's not much overhead.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for my friend Federico? Anything at all?
Oh, I just want to say something. So if you are into Rust, in the series I'm writing, we start from JavaScript, but of course, like every good things in life, we end up with a high-performance Rust implementation. So if you're interested, I highly recommend checking it out. Okay.
Okay,
That's
thank
enough.
you, Federico.
Thank you.
you
It was a
very much.
pleasure. It was a
Take care.
pleasure.
Another applause for Federico. So hopefully, I think we all think that this was a fantastic talk, as all the others, but we also deserve a little break, because everyone loves a good cup of coffee. So please have that cup of coffee or whatever you fancy, and see you back here at 4:25
Grazie mille,
minutes.
piacere, Federico.
4:25 for Sabrina Mazzola's talk.
Ah, wow.
Okay, be on
Grazie
time.
mille.
Schedule is important. Be on time.
Scusa.
See you in 25 minutes.
Ecco qua.
Perfetto, grazie.
Okay, thank you for being back on time. We really appreciate that from you. Hopefully some other friends will join us very soon. But for those of you here, may I ask some attention and a round of kind and warm applause for my friend Sabrina, whom is joining us on stage again, not as an MC, but as a speaker this time. Thank you. Again, a reminder that this wonderful person did 14 hours of bus drive because her flight got canceled to be here, okay? So that's what a hero looks like, okay? Sabrina, are you all right? Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm strong again. Yeah,
Okay, lovely.
I recovered. So.
Lovely, yeah, I can see good color in your eyes and your face, so that's good. So,
Yeah.
stage is all yours. Thank you.
That's me. Okay, yeah, thank you. So I'm going to start my presentation. Yeah, okay. So yeah, welcome again, and yeah, thanks for bearing with me on a Friday afternoon, obviously. And yeah, I'm going to talk about somewhere only we know, how to find belonging in IT with diversity. As Lorenzo already said, I'm Sabrina. And yeah, I'm going to share my journey and yeah, some suggestions as well that will make your life better, hopefully. Yeah, so first something about me. I'm Sabrina, I'm a journalist, diversity trainer, Scrum Master, hard person as well. And yeah, I went into journalism basically and was working there for like almost 20 years, 22 years. Yeah, in case you would be wondering, 2001, right? Land Before Time, long ago, and yeah, what happened there? Like 9/11 happened, Wikipedia was founded actually, and yeah, social media and the mobile internet, they just evolved. So like really long time ago. Yeah, so why should you just take advice from me? I was always told like I would be too disruptive, too loud, and also too disabled. Yeah, too disruptive. Okay, I got fired 5 times in 5 years. Yeah, that's some sort of like sad record, but yeah, it happened. Yeah, many different reasons. Obviously, like couldn't cope with hierarchies very well, and then there was a recession, and yeah, many other things. So it happened within probation time that I got fired, and like my last company, yeah, they went bankrupt. So. So it was very difficult for me, obviously, building a career and yeah, saving money and all doing these adult things. Yeah, still don't feel like an adult yet. Yeah, but maybe it's coming, hopefully. Yeah. Also, I was told I would be too loud. Yeah. So my father's from Sicily, from Palermo. That's actually my dad on the very right with his siblings in 1953. Yeah, also a very long time ago. And yeah, maybe you know this, right? So loud voice, you know, very practical thing. You know, you're sitting there on a table with your family and friends eating pasta, and then some cousin of you at the other side of the table say something, you know, and you have to understand this, and then you have to respond, right? So you need the loud voice. Such a good feature for like Sicilian pasta tables, but I work in Germany, and they're always like, oh, your voice is too loud. And I also, even if they don't say anything, they are like, hello. And I'm like, hello. And then they're like, oh, you know, and too loud again. Oh, sorry. Yeah. And also, I live with disability, with chronic diseases, 5 since 17 years. As you can see, hard knock life. And yeah, it takes a lot of a toll, right? Because like since that day that I was diagnosed with all these things, I hadn't had any day without pain, and I hadn't had any day, yeah, where I didn't feel fatigue or whatever, medication and so on, dealing with something. You know, like 17 years, never felt like normal again, you know, and embracing new normal with being disabled. And I've told you too disabled. Obviously, no one would tell you, oh, you're too disabled or something, right? Not officially, right? The official narrative is like, oh, you're so inspiring, right? And oh, you handle things so good, and it's amazing. But, you know, as soon as you start saying, okay, I care about gender-inclusive language, as soon as you say, okay, I need to have some food declaration, I need this and this accommodation, you know, then it's like, okay, so you are a burden, right? Also, most people won't tell you, but that's how they think. Yeah, according to research, people with chronic illnesses take 3 times longer to complete the same task as a normal person. So basically, with most of the areas of my life, I'm like 10 years behind. And yeah, there is no, in case you should be affected in some way as well, yeah, there's no way to deal with it. Yeah, you just try and then do, how we call it in Scrum, inspect and adapt. Yeah, so what about naps? What about remote working? What about starting at 11? These are all the things I need, right? And currently, I find a boss, and he said, yes, we're going to find a way for you, and we managed that. But it's still very, very difficult. And here, I did 2 screenshots of a person who were also struggling with that. One says, a decade ago, I was nearly fired from a long-time job because my sleep disorders make me unreliable. Today, I'm a higher stakes job where my clients know not to expect mornings from me, and I get ridiculously good reviews. Lack of accommodations made me unreliable, not disability. And here's a second activist that I follow on LinkedIn and can really recommend it to you, Julie Harris. And she also said, I've been fired from almost every full-time job I've had. So, what to do? And I was also making some assumptions today about you, and I thought maybe I could do something for you, but let's see. So maybe you know this situation, right? Like you want to say something, but yeah, there's a missing link. Also, maybe people have told you to be more open. Yeah, but you are somehow like this. Yeah, maybe not open as you wish to be, right? Maybe it also feels like everyone is the same. Right? Except you. Yeah. Even dating as a software engineer can come with pitfalls. Unfortunate, I would say. Yeah, so maybe it just feels like the world isn't simply made for you. Yeah, and even worse, it feels you have to develop strategies to barely survive. Yeah, but help us here. I've got you covered. Yeah, maybe you know this. This is Sabrina, the witch. It's a very famous series in the 90s. And yeah, she's solving all the problems with witchcraft, and that's also what I'm trying to do today. And yeah, it's the diversity edition of Sabrina, the witch. Yeah, if you like horses more, I can also be a horse if you like. So yeah, when life puts you in tough situations, don't say, why me? Just say, try me. So you can choose wherever you would, like the witch more or the horse. Yeah, and the good thing is friends and wisdom come in all shapes and sizes. You see here some figures from the workplaces, and yeah, they really support each other. Right, and they find ways to support each other with the means that they specifically have. So even here, maybe for the pasta lovers of you, this is the rigatoni, waiting for the macaroni. And then he said, yeah, but you don't look like my friend, right? But then he takes the headphones off and says, oh, rigatoni, right? So maybe if you don't accept some shapes and some friends, but they are still there, right? Although they don't look like that. Yeah, so solution time. First thing, people manual. People manual is something that a colleague of mine has introduced called Franziska Haug. And actually, it's an approach where you basically describe yourself and where you normalize needs, right? You say, okay, what do I need to thrive at the workplace? What's important to me? What are my interests? And what do I need to thrive at the workplace? And actually, if you would be normal, right, you would need to talk about this, right, and only then. But if you normalize that, right, and everyone is talking about this and the needs and the things that they need, so yeah, that would be normalization and could help. Yeah. Second is you remember the picture with the missing link, right? There was something called wheel of emotions, because sometimes we have some sort of feeling, but not an exact one, right? And this approach actually helps us to say, what sort of sad is it? What sort of happy is it? What sort of angry? Because if we can really articulate that, we might feel relieved a bit, because, yeah, we can name things finally. Yeah, another thing, empathy canvas. You can use this rather for a self-assessment for yourself and say, okay, what do I hear? What do I need? What do I say? Or also for clients, for teams, or whatever, right? You can use it also to build empathy personas. And here's a quote as well that says, one doesn't have to operate with great malice to do great harm. The absence of empathy and understanding are sufficient. Okay, so next time to help, don't make assumptions. The best accommodation you can give a disabled or neurodivergent person is to believe them. Believe them when they tell their needs, diagnoses, capabilities, experiences, and so on, right? I mean, I think you also had this experience a lot. You say something to someone and they're, is it really like this? You know, and it's so hard because then you feel, okay, I really have to fight against this. Also a very common thing, you don't look disabled. Okay, very sad, right? I don't look disabled enough. But obviously there are many, many chronic diseases and you don't see them, right? So it's really mean to make these assumptions and judgments on others. So assess your bias as well. So yeah, here are some suggestions what you do. For example, make a list of the last 3 books you have read or films you have seen, and think of like who would the authors be, and do you have a preference for certain perspectives, and so on, because obviously often we watch series and so on and read books and films who are written by people who are like us, basically. So it's about representation. And yeah, think about also who's in your in-group and how it would feel if people from the outside would be part of your in-group. So think of people, yeah, with heavy disability or homeless people and so on. And imagine you would just talk to them every day, you would just meet them, and how would it be, and how would your life change? Yeah, again, don't be mean. So this is a very, very good list. I like a lot. So I did it. Why can't you? Happened to me a lot. Also, this isn't how we do things here. Yeah, that's why we want to try to get better. Also, something that has happened to me a lot. If I allow that for you, I have to allow that to everyone, right? I mean, what sort of workplace would it be if everyone would just take naps in the afternoon, right? Or yeah, we would die maybe. Or if, yeah, everyone would just start at 11, you know, like in office jobs, right? What would happen? Nothing, you know, but people are like, oh my God, you know, if we would allow that, oh no, so bad. Yeah, and that's also a sweet community picture I like. It says, do not accept if seal is broken, but yeah, then if such a sweet seal comes out, then just say, okay, no matter what seal you are, we accept you the way you are. Talk about belonging to others and ask yourself, can you bring your authentic self to the workplace? Can you share diverse thoughts without hesitation? Do you feel connected to each other? Does everyone have a fair chance to become a leader? And so on. Yeah, you can take pictures, very good. And yeah, just go to your bosses and so on and say, this is what I want and why we are not there. Yeah. Another thing, this is a very nice colleague of mine. Her name is Marcy, and I've met her at the We Are Developers Conference last year in Berlin. And she does this like inclusive code and inclusive UX design. And obviously, I'm not a developer, so I can't dig very deep. But so here was one thing with the icons, you know, like what's the default mode and what's perceived as a neutral one, right? And being like white seems to be the default mode, and the other thing is just stuff you can select, right? But we are the whites, the one who are the default mode. This is about coding as well and reading. You know that many cultures, they don't read from left to right, right? Like we do, or from the top to the bottom, right? And what does it mean actually for usability, right? It means a lot. So she says, create your own inclusive design systems with pictures, images, photos, and so on. Yeah, so if you want, and if you're not there yet, you can also encourage your company to do a DEI strategy or start a bit smaller with employee resource groups. Employee resource groups are, you know, you're just collecting people and say, okay, I have some sort of interest or some sort of character, whatever, and yeah, let's make a group out of it. You know, you can build a group of females, build a group of people with disability, queer community, and so on, and yeah, you can feel some sense of belonging there, and it's a very like low-key solution if you don't have a company setting up a DI strategy. Yeah, maybe you heard also of nonviolent communication, an interesting model that says share your observation, feelings, needs, and make a request. And especially when you are very angry, might help you, right, to follow this model here, saying, when I see, experience, I feel, because my need for X is not met, would you be willing to, because, yeah. Often when we would be angry or overwhelmed or whatever, you know, things are coming to our minds and we just start talking. That might not be the best idea always, I can tell you from my own experience. So, yeah, this could be something to help you access your feelings. Yeah, another small tip I have for you, say, this is important to me, or the opposite, I don't feel comfortable with that. Right? Because saying things like programming language X is the best suited for this, you know, it's always difficult because it's an objective statement and you can discuss that, right? But there are many situations in life and you feel not right and you can just say, this is important to me, or I don't feel comfortable with that. Because actually no one can question your feelings, right, at the first place. So no one can say, oh, I don't feel comfortable, and people are like, oh, but you should feel comfortable, right? No one has the right to do this at first sight, and this is also something where you can make space for yourself, right? And say, okay, this is important to me, or don't feel comfortable with that. Yeah, so speak up for others who can't, right? But with a mandate, obviously. So obviously you know this, like people say, I'm okay, and basically this can mean, yeah, everything. Right? I'm really okay, I'm not okay at all, or everything in between. My solution is, I call it verbal call to action. You can say, it seems to me that, what do you think about that? You can say, you can ask for reassurance and say, is this what we want to do? Or people in a group who haven't said anything yet, what do you think about X? And or you can say, how can I recognize that you are happy, that you are satisfied, right? Like help me understand you, and just ask people actively, like, what would be the signs where I can know that you are satisfied or happy, or don't have consent. Yeah, help. Maybe you know this problem here. Yeah, you ask someone, how are you? Great, and obviously nothing is great, but yeah, somehow like I tried to show you some examples before, yeah, how you can assess this. And somehow you might think, okay, do I really make a difference? And yeah, maybe for someone you really make a difference. Although maybe they can't show you or they can't tell you, but it still might be the case. Okay, so talking about autism, half of the autistic people feel unable to ask for accommodations at work, and only 2% of employers actively reach out to ask what autistic people need. Yeah, so this is the whole neurodiversity wheel. So many things all at once. And yeah, I read a very good comment on LinkedIn here, like telling an autistic person that they need to work on reading a room is not neutral feedback or be more outgoing or whatever, because this is actually part of the, if you want to call it disability, or yeah, just being different, right? And that's not fair. Yeah, because if you feel like you wouldn't be enough, and would you try to hide this? But if, and yeah, the disclaimer is obviously the more intelligent, the more worse it gets, because the more intelligent you are, often you think more like, what would others think, and how could I empathize, and yeah, trying to find answers. Yeah, but obviously I don't want to tell you what to do. Goals in life are different for everyone. Right? Okay, so, but what if you are not less, but what if you are more, right? Because the interesting thing is that studies just recently have found that autism, for example, or the autistic spectrum is actually not a disability. It's said here in a current study published in Science Direct, an adaptive common variant pathway, right? So there is something called like social theory of disability, and basically it says that all sort of disabilities are socially constructed in some ways, right? Because we just see it as that, but we don't really know what this really is, because if inclusion would be real, right, these things wouldn't be seen as disability. Yeah, okay. For today, choose one concrete action. I will rather educate myself about other experiences and show empathy, use respectful language, run inclusive meetings and give people space, stop interruption and give honest credit, interrupt microaggressions and make honest compliments, admit mistakes openly, and speak up for someone who got discriminated. Yeah, so with my trainings, usually I'm a diversity trainer, and yeah, I try to give people something out of my training right away, and usually I ask them to pick one. So I'm also asking you now to pick one. Okay, because often we feel we are like this cup, right? We are like, okay, I feel lost and I can't hear anything myself, and then we need this tea bag, right? And this tea bag jumping and say, okay, I believe in you. Yeah, because why this? I would try to encourage you to be part of the change so that the future of belonging looks like this. This is a cafe in Japan, and they hire paralyzed people to control robot servers so they still have an income, right? And this is something obviously seen as futuristic or something, but people with disability, they dream of something like this, and they dream that something like this would be normal, right? And then I also want to encourage you today to make this more normal. Yeah, but why do you deserve self-compassion? Why? Yeah. You know, what has impressed me the most when I went to IT 2 years ago? Maybe some ideas, but I see I only have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to tell you. Yeah, radical problem-solving mindset has impressed me the most. With my second job, I joined an automotive company, obviously in Germany, and it took me 3 weeks to get a company access, right? It was like 2,000 factor authentication, and really tried it, and there was a solution architect, and he tried to find a solution for me every day, and it did not work. And I finally thought, okay, if I just start crying, you know, they would just realize that I just want to give up. And then every day ended he saying, okay, we didn't find a solution today, but maybe tomorrow. And yeah, I've been talking to a colleague, and he had a similar problem, and maybe we got a solution. But every day. And I was like, how can you be so sure? You know, if today there was no solution, if there was no solution since 1 week, that next week there was a solution, and he actually was, and I still felt like crying. In the end, it has worked out after 3 weeks, and yeah, and this was what amazed me the most, right? In IT, saying, okay, amazing, 1 week of bug fixing. That's something I really look forward to, right? Reading a 50-year-old code that no one can read anymore. Yes, that's what I want to do. Sitting in some sort of like IT support, right? Like telling people how to plug their computers in, right? That's what I want to do. And even being patient with that. Like, how do you do this? Wow. Thank you for that. 2 last slides.
Thank you, Sabrina. That was an amazing talk. And yes, a very, very well-deserved applause from our public. Are there any questions that you would like to ask to Sabrina? Any questions in the audience? Thank you.
Hi, thanks for your speech. Question by me. Do you feel like your colleagues helped you in finding a way out to talk with the highest level of your companies or not? Because I have this kind of experience, not directly to me, but to a colleague of mine. And he really tried so hard to make understandable for everyone else that he was really in trouble with things explicitly. Nothing hidden. Nobody in my company had to ask if he was in trouble or not, because it's so evident. And he also tried to communicate this, but he really found like a big hole around himself.
Yeah.
With no one trying to help, no one trying to make a step further to stay with him and so on.
Yeah. That's why I made this talk today. You know, like if this is the case for you, you know, like how could you find allies, right? To not feel alone, and you know the house without windows and all these things. Yeah, that's the reason, and also like to give these people hope, right? That they like could be others who would encourage them and who would stand with them, and who built an ally with them. I told you, like I've been fired 5 times in 5 years, right? I mean, this alone is something that can destroy people forever. So I totally understand this, and this is why I'm here to make these things better for him and for others as well.
Thank you, Sabrina. Any other questions in the audience? Okay, I've got one for you. So, Sabrina, what do you think about companies getting some kinds of certifications to enable themselves on paper about caring for people, for example, but then not really complying with what the certification goes for? Have you noticed anything like that in your experience?
Yeah. Until I got my current job, I did 140 applications. Yeah, 140 applications. And obviously with companies who also said, okay, we are so diverse and so on. And and then they were talking to me in a job interview, and then they were not, right? And there was a study actually that says that maybe you know these unconscious bias training that you can do. Actually, they last about 2 months, right? They last about 2 months, and then you basically forgot everything, and then you are back to your old self. Yeah. And it's a huge problem, right? We say that culture change takes 10 years.
So, can we say that we are supposed to be the change that we want to see in the outside? Can we say that?
Yeah, was it Gandhi or something?
Yeah, probably, could be.
Yeah, it was this quote, absolutely.
Yeah. So, with that, all I can say is thank you. And of course, you definitely earned to be an open source championess. And yeah, that's it. A big round of applause for our friend Sabrina. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So, Mickey, is our friend here ready? Oh dear, are you ready?
Absolutely.
Really?
I even put.
Well, show me the screen. Let me see if you're ready. No, that doesn't look like ready to me. But truly, get on stage, for our next talk. So, Andre, what are you going to tell us? What are you going to talk about?
I am going to tell you and all visitors how to make open source popular.
Okay, open source popular. We like that. We definitely like that. So, please, a big round of applause for our friend Andre. And yeah, let's get this talk started. Thank you, Andre.
Hi, everyone. Wait a second. Mouse. My name is Andrei Sitnik, and I'm a lead front-end developer in Evil Martians, the real name of the company. I will share you my experience of open source, which I gathered for the 20 years. So when I started my open source, I looked like this. And my open source account was not on the GitHub, but on the SourceForge. Who has account on the SourceForge? One hand. It was before the GitHub, and it was so bad that I registered at GitHub, one of the first, and get a two-name username because I so hate SourceForge. And during these 20 years, I created a few projects which became popular, and this is why I will tell you how you can repeat these steps. Some of the projects are related, but some of them not, so it's not one song band, and I hope I created some framework. So first question, who want to make a popular open source? For instance. And now question, why do you want it? You know, all our community, all our society tell us that you must to be on open source. You must to have a popular GitHub account, that it is sort of your obligation. But they don't tell us why we need it. Because, you know, they tell us that just create an idea and make it, and it will be okay. If you don't have a good open source project, it's because you don't have an idea. But unfortunately, it's not like this. The open source is very different. And popularity of open source projects become popular by very different reasons. For instance, if you want to become an open source developer with popular projects, to become famous, to have a glory, to be popular, this is not the best way. We know some developers who made some important things, but for instance, this is a Redux project with 60K stars, which is a huge amount, and the maintainer, current maintainer, to be honest, he was not the creator, has only 5K followers. It's nothing, to be honest. There is a better way to be popular. To make a talk, it's not so hard. Try the next time on this event, for instance. Or to write an articles, because articles is much more wide, it's much more easy to change people's minds, to become visible. GitHub projects, a lot of people say that they will not take you to the job if you don't have a strong GitHub account. But creating a new project is a wrong way to make a good curriculum, to make a good resume. Because you can spend a month creating your project, and it could not become popular. It could be a very nice project, but you still will have only 1 star from your grandma. But instead, it's much easier to make a commit to some big projects, because a lot of all those projects, they have a documentation. And this documentation of popular projects like the Rust, the React, etc., it is written by the creator. And creator is very bad of writing documentation, because the creator knows how to use things. And he doesn't know how to learn to use things. And you, as maybe a new developer, are going to this way. And you can very easy to make a pull request to the documentation and get commits to the big projects to your resume. Don't create a new projects. send a pull request. Or another way to get a huge amount of the commits to the big projects. Start to use beta and alpha versions of that projects. You will see a lot of pain, you will see a lot of issues, but then you will start to send issues, you will start to send pull requests and become a core team. It's much easier than create a new project. Or at least build an app. It's much better. The really reasons to make open source if you want to change the world, if you want to change how our development is going. For instance, when I created my projects after Prefixer, which became popular, has only one reason. I want to kill another open source project because they did not accept my pull request at the right time. And as you see, it was successful. Another tool was created to make more diversity in CSS tools, to make a framework so other users will create new tools and we will have like a different way of writing CSS. And to be honest, it was successful. It was fun. Another project was created to make a website smaller. But as you know, it's still a problem. Nobody cares. Our sizes is still a huge set. OK, if that formula, have an idea and you become popular, doesn't work, what is the right formula? First, I have 4 popular projects. But in the reality, it's not like I created 4 projects. In the reality, most of my projects failed. This is why I think the real formula of success is that project popularity is the popularity of you as a person, as an effort which you put to promotion, your benefits to user, and luck. And there is no idea here. It's only, from my experience, it's only these 4 main reasons. But it doesn't mean that idea is completely nothing. Useless project will not be popular because benefits for user is part of the formula. OK, so how to use this formula? Let's go to basics axioms. First, the formula. Second, a lot of people think that popular projects become popular because other users choose it because of the rational way. You know, there is an idea that every developer starting a new project make a rational choice across all options. Unfortunately, it's completely wrong idea. Who started project recently, like a year ago or 2 years ago? Do you try to make a small prototype with all possible frameworks and languages? How many languages did you try? How many frameworks did you try? It depends on the system. In reality, most of the projects are started by frameworks with more stars. Developers just go to the GitHub, see the start number, and choose a framework. Or a framework which people talk about on the conference. This is another way to choose. This is not rational ways. Second, this is why I think the real way how people choose frameworks is a rational choice across popular tools. There is many good options which we don't know. For instance, we want to start a project, but I didn't know about that amazing project of CRUD interface. Another wrong idea is how we misunderstand how people think. When people create documentation, we think that our users will sit down in front of the fireplace and will read line by line, construct the whole model. But unfortunately, it is obviously not true. In reality, people read documentation in this stage. That they don't have a time, that they're forced by their team lead, and they need a solution yesterday. OK. So let's think all these axioms. Make a system. First, unfortunately, there is a very interesting problem. In the formula, project popularity depends on your popularity, but your popularity depends on your project popularity. So there is a circle. This is why, unfortunately, we see a lot of popular projects created by popular developers. They are not beta developers. They just only have this social capital. This one was one of my mistakes. When I started my project, I have only an account in Russian. And as a result, people don't know whom follow when they start to know about this tool. So, first advice. If you have a social media account in Italian or other languages, create, maybe separated in English, maybe start to divide the content into multiple ways. Second, the formula contains luck. It means that if you have a good idea, good project, put a lot of effort into your project, sometimes it just don't start out. Sometimes you're not lucky enough. And so unfortunately, the only solution is to try more and more. This is the only way to solve this problem. Okay, practical advices. To make your project popular, people need to see the benefits from this project. And the main entry point is README. It doesn't matter, do you have social media, do you have a post in Reddit, in other platforms. Anyway, people will go to README. And this is why it's important to have a good README. This is core idea to promote your tool. And I remind that people doesn't read line by line. But they have no time to read, but they still need to understand the benefits of your project to them. So there is a problem. They have no time to start reading your README, to find a reason to continue reading the document. So it's like a self-creating problem. How it could be solved? First, I think this is my framework of starting README. The most important part is the first paragraph, first part of your README, because people doesn't have time to read the full document, and only they will understand that does your tool have benefits only by the first block of the README. As a result, you must put a lot of effort to this small block. First, you need to have a very clear description what it does. Not in some programming way, but in the way how you speak with your colleagues in a natural way. Second, you need to explain how it could be useful. And third, you need to explain why it's important. For instance, by comparing who is using your tool. So, this is why, because this part is very important, it's okay to spend, for instance, a week of working on this document. For instance, this is how we try to make a new documentation for Autoprefixer, and we spent so much conversation just to working on this one, technically not one, 3 paragraphs. The same, the different example, another project. Again, clear description and why it's important by using big users. Another tool, again, clear description and how it's different from the analogous. And with this framework, people will have time to understand why your tool is better. Okay. Let's see bad examples. For instance, there is a Svelte. Svelte is an amazing framework. It's analog of the React. But how they describe it themselves? Svelte is Kubernetically enhanced web applications. It looks cool. It looks fun. But does it explain why it's better? For instance, you can explain it a different way. Svelte is a JavaScript framework with unique compiler which generates smaller JavaScript files. With this description, we put why it's important, what it does, what its unique features. How to make the good description? The best way is imagine if you're going to the bar with your colleagues. And they're like, oh, you wrote a new tool. What is this tool? And so the first sentence, you will imagine how you will explain it to your friends in the bar where you already drink. This is the best way of explaining your tool. Not a fun, fancy way. But when you make this experiment and create the description which how you will describe it to your friends in the bar, cut it, because short is better. Then, okay, we fix the problem of the first definition. A lot of people think that everything will be read. In reality, people read something like this. So, when you write your documentation, you need to think about progressive spec. You need to explain the benefits in one scale, then in the second scale, and the smaller scale. How you can do it? How you can explain why your project is important for people who have no time to read the full documentation? First, you can use code examples and images, because people need less power to consume image. Second, use lists and select the words with a bold. In this case, people will read the bold like this. Another advice, use the real proofs. For instance, like when I speak that my tool is smaller, I use the real number because people doesn't believe in like general idea, especially if in your market, every tool has the same idea, like everyone is small. Another small tool will not explain why it's good. You need real numbers. Or for instance, benchmark. Again, Nano ID, fast, and this is a benchmark. If your benefits is good API, show this API. This will be the proof, and people like to see code. You need less power to read the code. And then, after all these like reasons why people should read the document, they will have enough motivation to continue reading the documents. And only then suggest the idea, suggest the step-by-step guide of how to use your tool. People, again, will not have a time to think about to make a right way to use your tool. This is why make a very clear explanation, like for the people who have no time. Like, for instance, I'm not saying that use PostCSS. I explain that try to find PostCSS section in packages on if you're a front-end developer. If it's not, use this config, it's not, install this config. This is like the best way to describe because people don't have a time to read. Even like handle the edge cases and some issues. It will be very good because they don't have a time to debug these things. You can make a separate sections for the different type of users if you can't write a simple step-by-step guide for everyone. And then, of course, test it. Like create a new project and go step-by-step by these rules. Especially it will be good if you will like clean your mind from all memories of your project. Try it. It's hard, I know. But if you will try to clean your memories and then like try to create a new project from the scratch, then you will see what you need to add to the step-by-step guide. OK, we create a good README file. What next? A lot of people make a mistake. They write a single tweet about their amazing project, and it could be really amazing, and got almost no results. And then they're depressed and stop working on this project. What mistake do they make? They make a mistake of not making a slow promotion. Big mistake is to promote your project in one day. Don't do it. Try to do it like iteration by iteration. Why? Because on each when you like explain your project to new people, they will give you feedback. And by this feedback, you will fix your project. When you write your amazing project and want to share it to the community, believe me, your project is not good enough because it's not tested on the real users. And this is why it's important to do promotion in iteration, because on each iteration you will have more and more users. And it's even good that on first iteration your project will not become popular because you need time to fix it, to be ready to become popular. First step, convince your friends in the bar. This is the first iteration. Second step, convince your colleagues to try it on your project. And you have a good relation. If you have a good relationship with your colleagues, they will like help you to solve the main bugs. Only then go to social media. And then go to social media again with the right tweet. Like a lot of people, when they explain the idea of their project, they just put a link or like cryptographic explanation. How to write a good social media post. Put a code example or image, because people like images, as I explained. Second, put a clear project description. Even if you're talking about some new features, again, explain the project from the scratch, because a lot of people will not see the first tweet. And like, if you add something, put it to the beginning, of course. Then, after social media and first attention, go to Reddit, Hacker News. Then, try to write article in English. Or like, sometimes it's better to start from your local community and then go to English community, so it depends on you, but still. But then, funny part. Even if you create an amazing tool, if it's like a library, don't afraid to go to the other projects with pull request of your library. This is how PostCSS, for instance, was promoted. Like there is a CSS modules, it's a way to isolate a CSS. And initially it was parse CSS with almost regex. But I came to the project and like, hi, do you know that we have a good parser? And instead of regex, you can use us. And they say, oh yeah, it's a good idea. Like, please send a pull request. Don't afraid to do this movements, because like if you create a good library, like you're helping other people. You're not boring them. You're not like making a bad things. You're helping them to make a better projects together. Win-win scenario. But then if they apply this pull request, use their names in the README, because people respect big names, unfortunately. This is how it works. And then make another iteration. New article, new release, new social media post, etc. Of course, don't be spam. Instead, be regular. People subscribe to you, social media, to know about your life. And if you created a new project and spent a lot of time, they will be glad to see how it goes. Of course, don't post the same messages. Instead, like, tell the story, tell the new features, the new challenges. It's what people expect. Don't afraid to be spam about your project. Instead, try to post it regularly. Why do you need to post it regularly? Because nobody reads each post in social media. Why? Because people don't have time right now. If you create the amazing post describing the whole idea of your tool, and you know, like the story which could melt the heart of the people, and post it to the Twitter, for instance, your client could be like, you know, too drunk this evening. I will not be able to read your message. It sometimes happens. And this is why you need to post regularly, because a lot of people, all your followers will not see a single post. And again, you need iterations to fix issues. So, how people choose the project? They choose it irrationally. What does it mean? Why people choosing it irrationally? Because, to be honest, they need to know answers for very specific questions. Like, when you're choosing framework, you're not choosing the fastest framework. You choose the framework which will support it by the long time, which have the most resources behind it. And this is why regular post is important, because it shows to the user that you have a time, that you have effort to work on your project, that you're contributing to there, that you're not like, forget the project. This is why regular post is useful even for this case. Next, you create the project, it became popular, and now there is another project. You have too much issues. And there is a very dangerous thing that you can be inside circle of guilt. You have many issues, you don't have a time to answer them, and you start to feel that you're a bad maintainer. And as a result, you have depression and lack of productivity. And you don't have time to answer to the new issues, and then you will have more and more issues. So, how to solve this problem? First, don't do everything by your issue reporters. Open source, it's not about using a maintainer as a free worker. Open source is to work together. So if a user wants something, the user can do it. Like, can you send pull request? Then, try to spend a few amount of minutes, like 50 minutes each day, to answer the issues. It will reduce the number. And if it's a hard issue, which is hard to explain, it's okay to just say, I see you. I can't spend time on your problem. I will do it later. Because, you know, people, they don't need often a solution. They need to be heard. And if you just say, like, sorry, I too drunk today. I can't solve your issue, but I will look at tomorrow. They could become your best fans. And if somebody reported any issue, even if it can be fixed, try to find, even if it's like a damn user which makes his own mistake, try to find a way to solve this problem in the future. Add a warning. For instance, a lot of people in PostCSS, they miss a parser and plugin and use a parser in the plugins list. And we have a check, and if they do it, we show a message. If they have the same question again and again, add frequently asked questions to your README. This is how you reduce the number of issues. And if a user asks some questions, or can't understand something, ask these users to change the documentation because the user know better how to do it. But how to deal with negative feedback? What if some of people hate your tool? No, first, there is no way. Like, negative feedback is hard. Negative feedback could really hurt your soul. Unfortunately, this is true. Okay, but there is a few interesting things. First, you can start to ask questions. Like a user, like, I hate your tool. Why do you force this tool and not the tool B, which is better? Start to ask the user, like, why do you think B is better? Why it's important? Because your haters sometimes they not hate you. They just need to be heard. They just need somebody which will listen their pain. And then, don't afraid of your competitors. We create open source not to become popular. We create open source to change the world. So sometimes competitor could be your freedom. For instance, in PostCSS, there is a lot of projects which could replace PostCSS. And people ask me, like, don't you afraid of this project? And I always answer them, no, because I finally will be free from supporting PostCSS. Okay, resume. Success formula. Your project popularity is your popularity, effort to promotion and benefits for user and luck, unfortunately. People are choosing irrationally from the popular options. This is why even a good project could not be chosen. People don't read the manual line by line. This is why it's important to create a good README with clear description, step-by-step guide, etc. Do a regular posts. And that's all. And make a good projects. If you have any questions, write to my social media.
Another great talk, another great talk. Are there any live questions right now for our friend from PostCSS? Do you want to open a live issue right now? No? Live fix? No? Not happening? Okay. Any questions on this side? Okay. So I've got a few for you, actually. This a discussion, really, if you will. So being a maintainer, definitely, yeah, people can wish you the worst sometimes, can't they? We've seen it. Like, how many of them have you got? Like, how many things have you had to endure at some point?
It depends. Funny part, I'm from Russia, and the Russian community, which should be, my home community, which helped me, this is the community which brings the worst feedback, the worst issue. I was struggling to find a good negative feedback for English version of the talk, but for the Russian, it was full.
Lovely. Well, it's funny that you also showed competing libraries or slower libraries and so on. Do you think how do you feel about time also being a factor in dealing with projects and getting them out in the open space? As an example, at Schrödinger Hat, 2 years ago, we built a library. It was possibly, I'm not sure, 100% sure, but possibly it was the first project released that would take, it was a very funny one, but not a serious one, that would take all your GitHub things and do a Spotify kind of thing like GitHub Unwrapped, okay? Nice. And so we built it, released it, no luck, I'm afraid. No popularity, no luck, that was it. So being first doesn't always help, definitely.
Yes.
Other projects with a few more followers definitely did better than us in 2 or 3 weeks, and they were also great, so no worries about that. But I'm wondering, how can we become better at factoring all these things all together? Because I know there's no right formula, but there's gotta be some spice that we can use to make it a little better.
The funny part about the competitors is in open source world, is your competitors is not your enemy. Like when I create for instance, PostCSS, right now, Compass outsource, we are have a connections, and she sent me a junior developer from the Google to solve the problem of PostCSS. Because it's funny part, but if you will write to your competitor and wow, amazing project, we have the same, let's share. It could be becoming a nice friendship, and maybe it's together projects. In some moment, even the Compass start to share my tool, and I share the Lightning CSS to become free. Yes.
Thank you. That was great. I've got one last one for you. And again, are there any from the audience? Okay, so my last question for you would be, as a society, I think we are getting used to dopamine spikes. So like when you're on social media, you scroll and you get all that dopamine spike inside of you, and things need to be faster and faster and faster.
Yes.
And we're kind of becoming like, what is the name? The red fishes in English, I can't remember the name. The golden fishes, right. So like 2 seconds memory and wiped out. Because we're getting used to having things very fast for us. But open source and maintaining is not fast at all. And it's a natural thing. As you go to work, and because you usually don't do it as a job, you do it in your spare time most of the times. Some are lucky in doing it for a job. So how can people learn to cope with the fact that an issue might be opened and it could take like 3 days to even beginning to talk about it?
3 days is fast.
Like, as an example, last time, any one of you know MSW, the stub library to get like HTTP requests and stop them in testing? Okay. MSW, no one? Okay, you should try that, it's a good one. But yeah, I joined their Discord servers, and 5 days in, still no answer. But that's good, because they are probably doing something else. At some point, they might answer. So how do you think we could cope with that?
5 days, it's so like short, because my first pull request when I became an open source developer was to the tool called Lemonade. My first pull request on the GitHub, yeah, because like SourceForge. So I got an answer a year or 2 years later with a maintainer closing my pull request without any description, because he just deleted the whole file, which was like pull request 2. And it was not like, I'm rewriting a whole library. It was just, there's one bug in this exact case. Like, this is a test, this is a fix, nothing more. 1 year. So, in reality, the solution is very simple. People, they don't need a solution right now very often. They need to be heard. So if you're a maintainer and you have an issue and you have no time, the first thing, like, I hear you. I understand your pain. And it's sometimes enough. People can't wait for years if you will say this on the first day. The second one, ask them to solve the problem. So I feel your pain, I see you, it's your time to fix it. Because it's open source, you are not a fixer for their bugs. Your project is a project for your needs. This is their needs. If they have a bug, they can fix it. And third thing, my next project will be about the dopamine and try to reduce this problem and try to help you to create a good habits of social media. So follow my social media. I will post it there.
Nice, nice. Thank you. Well, I would say a big round of applause for our friend here. Thank you very much. And of course, you know very well that you are also a very, very much open source champion. We all used your library at some point in life, so thank you for doing that.
Thank you. But I do have 2 more. I'm the last one.
Those 2 are the last ones.
But I'm the last speaker.
You are the last speaker. Yeah, we did 2 more. I don't know why. We were probably on drugs. Well, they were. Don't do drugs, kids. It's a bad thing. So we will be waiting for people to join us from the other stage in this room, because you know very well, and you might have guessed it by now, I do love talking so much. Well, not usually. I do love it when I'm on stage, because somehow I start to picture everyone naked, and I'm the only one with dresses. I don't know why I'm not participating, but for some reason, I do manage to be on stage and talk a lot about random things. That's a superpower, or a madness, I guess. But either way, that's somehow how we're going to deal with it. So hopefully people are going to join us soon. So, random questions while we wait for people to join us for the last chow. Which talks did you like the most? Well, not like the most. Like, Is there a talk that you found particularly interesting that you want to actually get to study parts of that talk in your spare time? You, for example, have you had any preferences?
I have to think about it to answer properly, but like there were several talks that really impacted on me. Probably the one that made me think the most about open source was the opening keynote for the first day from PJ. And probably that's the one that I will probably rewatch and to get like a wrap of better what he was talking about. And because I don't know much about open source, I would love to learn more. And I really liked also the fact that he dealt a lot into the more like, let's say, political aspects of it. Also with the discourse he made about like the governance of open source project and stuff like that. And I think it's super interesting. I think it's super relevant, and I think that if you want to be part of this community, you should be well aware of that kind of stuff.
Absolutely.
Even before you get into projects, if you want to go to be there long term. So,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing your ideas. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And you reminded me to remind everyone, actually, that after the conference next week, at some point, because we also need to get some sleep, you will receive an email if you signed the, I don't know how to say liberatorio in English, so we'll go for it. But if you signed the thing when you bought the ticket, and you should have, you're going to receive an email because you're in that list now. We are not spammers, so don't worry about that. But you will receive an email next week. Well, with a recap about how things went, what were the numbers, what we did, how it, oh yeah, the t-shirt shop also, that is something that a lot of people asked. And what should I? Oh, yes, of course. And you're going to receive an email with lots and bunches of information. So please bear with us, and everything's going to be there. And also, at some point, we're going to, get the recording that we have for both days and both rooms, slice them up, so that if there is a talk that you didn't manage to witness, but you still want to see it for any reason, interest, or whatever that is, feel free to do it at any point in time for the whole time. There's also last year talks that are very interesting. So, if you're free and you have 25, 30 minutes to watch a talk, just do it. And with that said, Mickey, would you agree that people from the other room have joined us at this point? Yes? Okay, so possibly we can continue with the ciao and the thank yous. A few people left already because trains and strikes, which are also very important to, of course, say that things are not going all right, so nothing against the strikes. But hopefully those that are still here can tell us that they had a good time, a great time, hopefully, that the conference was liked. Thank you very much. And so, last year, I went very philosophical about accents and Brazilian language and Italian language, lots of random things. That's something I do often. I get lost in words and translations. I do not want to do this this time around. All I want to do is thank all of you. You are beautiful, amazing souls that make open source what open source is. That is humans and people. So an applause to not us, but you. Thank you. And I am not sure how many speakers are still here with us, but those that are still here with us, please, can you join us on stage? And then please allow me to ask also friends from Schrödinger Head to join us on stage, because I'm just someone that talks, but they are the real heroes behind this event, and they should be the one that gets all the congratulations, the heroes without the cape, and the ones that took the whole schedule of yesterday and today off to make sure that everyone could have a smooth event at lunch, at breaks, at whatever time. So please, Schrödis, join me on stage. You as well, Angela. The pictures will be taken later. Don't worry about pictures. First, the thank yous. Mattia, why are you filming? You are to be thanked. So, join us. So I would say, thank you for all you do, not just open source, but for being also wonderful human beings, because friendships and connections is all there is to it, really, if you think about it. Libraries come and goes, framework come and goes, languages as well. But all it takes is some good souls, some friends, and a small event of 40 people 4 years ago just becomes the next big thing, and that's it. Thank you, everyone. And yeah, I would say that's it. That's it. You can go. Just leave the place. Have fun. Enjoy life. That's it. Yeah? Right? Oh, Marta. Vieni, Marta. Oh, yeah, right. I forgot. A big thank you to Nana Bianca, which is our main supporter and allowed us to have this amazing 1500s space in Florence. So thank you, Nana Bianca, and thank you, Marta, for organizing and making this possible. Also an applause to Marta. Thank you. And what about, where is Claudio? Claudio, join us right now. Stuff is not on fire for now, because I'm not there. I might be there in a second once you're here. So, Claudio, this is the person that made everything technically possible. So also an applause to Claudio. And our last thank you to the sponsors that financially allowed us to make this event for you. So an applause for them as well. Thank you. That's it. Go.